Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Ag Innovation Challenge Final Four Pitch Round competition. My name is Chase Heineman. I am the Director of Industry Relations here at American Farm Bureau, and I am very delighted to be here today. Now in its 11th year, the Ag Innovation Challenge is a national business competition showcasing U.S. startups developing innovative solutions that address challenges facing America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. Companies from across the country applied for the challenge. The applicant pool was then narrowed down to 10 semifinalists, selected and evaluated by Farm Bureau and Farm Credit's Rural Investment and Innovation Work Group. In October, the top 10 semifinalists competed in a virtual competition during which 4 finalist teams were selected to move forward to the live Final Four round here today. As Final Four competitors, each of these teams have already been awarded $10,000 in startup financing. In just a few moments, these companies will pitch their businesses live here to a team of judges with expertise in entrepreneurship, innovation, business development, and agribusiness. This year, we were able to double the top prize and double the impact. Today's winner of the Ag Innovation Challenge will receive a total of $100,000 in startup financing, and the Ag Innovation Challenge runner-up will win a total of $25,000 in funding. Before we proceed, I want to take a moment to thank our challenge supporters with whom we could not do this. If you could please stand and wave so that folks know when I call your name. So we have our program partner, Farm Credit. Bayer Crop Science, who's also on the stage. John Deere. Farm Bureau Bank. Farm Bureau Financial Services, and T-Mobile. This program would not be possible without our partnership with Farm Credit, and I would like to introduce Joe Waddell from Horizon Farm Credit to say a few words. Joe, if you'll join us on stage.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joe Waddell, the Director of Market Innovation for Horizon Farm Credit. Farm Credit is a national network of agricultural lenders supporting rural communities and agriculture with consistent, reliable credit and financial services. Horizon Farm Credit services 22,000 customers in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, parts of Virginia, and West Virginia. Whether it's financing, protecting assets, or planning for the future, Farm Credit is more than just a lender. We're a partner in providing financial solutions and support tailored for each of our customers' unique needs. At Farm Credit, we understand the financial hurdles rural entrepreneurs face when building their businesses. Rural startups often face unique challenges assessing funding necessary to grow. While rural America is brimming with talented entrepreneurs who have a vision and the capability to pursue their dreams, many areas lack equity growth capital needed to turn those dreams into reality. That's why Farm Credit is proud to support Farm Bureau's Ag Innovation Challenge, which provides rural America's top startups with much needed financial resources and mentoring opportunities to help them grow their ideas into innovations that will support farmers, ranchers, and rural economies of the future. I have the privilege of advising the Ag Innovation Challenge competition. All 4 of these outstanding finalists are providing solutions to some of the top challenges facing farmers and ranchers today. I'd like to say congrats to the 4 finalists and all the businesses that came out and competed for this year's challenge. Fostering rural innovation is a critical part of Farm Credit's mission. Farm Credit championed the Rural Business Investment Program, which leverages private equity in support of rural businesses that grow jobs and help rural economies prosper. Since the program's inception since 2012, Farm Credit institutions have invested over $1 billion through the rural business investment companies. Many past Ag Innovation Challenge competitors have had access to that ARBIC capital, in part because of the exposure, connections, and knowledge and financial resources that this competition provides. and some of the finalists you might see on stage today may someday do the same. I would encourage those of you in ag with boots on the ground and to support the contestants with the invaluable knowledge that comes from everyday work in the industry and provide valuable insights to the teams. I'd also like to thank you, President Duvall and the American Farm Bureau, for allowing Farm Credit to engage in this opportunity and supporting rural entrepreneurs across the country, and congratulations to all the finalists.
Thank you, Joe. I now have the pleasure to reintroduce last year's winner of the Ag Innovation Challenge, Sarah Hinckley, from Barn Owl Precision Agriculture. So Sarah, if you will join us on stage, if we'll give her a round of applause. Barn Owl Precision Agriculture is a high-impact technology company that aims to reduce input and labor costs through autonomous micro-tractors. So Sarah, welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hear you've been very busy. So how has your business developed since winning the Ag Innovation Challenge last January?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Sarah. Since last year, we've been able to raise an additional almost $1 million in capital. We are deploying about 30 to 50 robots in Colorado focused on the resistant weeds and reducing our seed bank. We're a team of 9, and then we're also excited to be a part of the Ag Launch 365 cohort for this year, which is a program that's really going to drive our farmer focus and our farmer value.
Absolutely, and we know that you're focused on solving the challenges that farmers are facing across the country. We appreciate the work that you're doing. Do you have any tips for the folks who are competing here today or maybe watching at home about the Ag Innovation Challenge and how to utilize it moving forward?
Yeah, so we really connected with our local Farm Bureau and our Farm Bureaus in many other areas, and so I recommend if you're an entrepreneur, connect with the Ag Innovation Challenge so that you have that support system. And then if you're a farmer wanting to trial technology, go through maybe this program, but definitely the Ag Launch 365 program. That way we can work together as a startup and farmers.
Well, thank you, Sarah. We're always an advocate for more people participating in our county farm bureau. So thank you so much for being here. He is a native of San Saba, Texas, where he was raised on a diversified livestock operation. He has been involved in agricultural lending since earning both his undergraduate and master's degree in ag economics from Texas A&M University in 1993. Ray, thank you for joining us today. Next, I'd like to introduce Rosella Mosby, President of Washington Farm Bureau. Rosella was elected State President of Washington Farm Bureau in 2021. A specialty vegetable farmer from Auburn, Rosella and her husband Burr operate Mosby Farms, which supplies hand-weeded, hand-harvested vegetables to Puget Sound, hold for page turn, Puget Sound region grocery chains, produce houses, and local food banks. For many years, Rosella has been deeply involved in Olympia and in Washington, D.C., addressing critical policy issues affecting Washington's farmers and ranchers. She's passionate about advocating for the agricultural community with policymakers, government officials, and, of course, the public. Rosella has previously served as the president of the King Pierce Farm Bureau and as a state board member. Her energy and dedication continue to drive the Farm Bureau forward through her leadership and advocacy efforts, including her work with organizations like the Farm Journal Foundation. Thank you, President Mosby, for being here. And rounding out the judging panel, I'd like to introduce Martha Smith with Bayer U.S. Crop Science. Martha is the Vice President of Stakeholder Relations for Bayer Crop Science, where she works with a team that engages with industry organizations on policy and advocacy efforts impacting customers, the agriculture industry, and society. During her 20-year career with Bayer, Martha has worked in a variety of roles within public affairs, sales leadership, and supply chain management. Martha graduated from Iowa State University with a degree in agricultural business and international agriculture. She's a past national winner of America Farm Bureau's Young Farmer and Rancher Discussion Meet Contest, which of course we love. Martha proudly holds her American FFA degree, is a Virginia 4-H All-Star, and is a graduate of the North Carolina Agricultural Leadership Development Program and the Greater Missouri Leadership Challenge. Martha was raised on her family's 6th-generation cattle, hay, and row crop farm in the Shenandoah Valley near Lexington, Virginia, which her parents and siblings continue to farm today. Martha currently resides in St. Louis, Missouri. Thank you, Martha, thank you, Ray, and thank you, Rosella, for being with us today. Can we give them a round of applause? So let's get this show started. Finalist teams will have 3 minutes for their pitch, and then judges will ask 7 minutes worth of questions about their business. Judges will be rating teams on innovation, business viability, rural impact, amongst other criteria. And with that, I'd like to welcome our first team, Labby, New York Farm Bureau members. Here to represent Labby is Julia Sommerden, who will be joined by Ansh Das for the Q&A section. Julia.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting. Good morning. I'm Julia, CEO and co-founder of Labby, a startup from MIT. We provide an instant milk testing solution to help dairy farmers improve milk quality and animal health. You know, dairy farmers lose money every day because detecting a single sick cow is slow and expensive. A single infection could ruin an entire tank of milk in spoiled milk, financial penalties, and lost productions. So you see, early detection is key to mitigate these issues. However, the dairy industry still relies on an old-fashioned lab-centric system developed 100 years ago. Farmers had to wait 4 to 6 weeks for testing, and by then, it's often too late. Meanwhile, the U.S. dairy market alone has 30,000 farms, each struggling with tight margin and vulnerable to these losses. Labby changes that. Our patented technology can test milk for each individual cow automatically in under 15 seconds. It provides instant critical milk information on animal health and milk quality, including butter fat, protein, and somatic cell counts. With rapid, actionable data, farmers can detect sick cows before contamination spreads, saving an average of $500 per cow annually and reduce the antibiotic use by 30%. So here are the real examples. In our latest pilot in Michigan, we helped dairy farmer Gerald detect 16 sick cows that traditional lab testing would have missed. Gerald said he was so amazed how our technology could help him save both time and money. So unlike lab testing technology that takes weeks, our solution is fast, reagent-free, non-invasive, and easy to install in any parlor. Our revenue model includes both device sales and monthly recurring revenue from milk testing. We have tested 8,000 milk from the cows and built a database of 30,000 herd records in partnership with Dairy One or Cornell, who provide us direct access to farmers who are looking for cheaper, affordable milk testing. And today, we're ready to expand beyond New York with a partnership from top DHI organization in the US. We have 10 farmers lined up for pilots, and your $100,000 will help us install those systems on farm, convert them into paying customers. We're able to do this because we have world-class team with 50 years combined experience in tech operation, commercial, and together we help transform disease detection from slow, costly process into reliable, fast service. We're Labby. We help bring the dairy industry with real-time milk testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I know Ansh will join you for the Q&A section, and I will turn it over to the judges for their questions.
From an accuracy standpoint,
Yes.
what have you done to validate the accuracy of the results that are coming from your product?
Yes. So very valid question. We have been working with Cornell and Dairy One. So we collect our ground truth from Dairy One, And we did pilot testing in 2 farms, so with both Dairy One and Essential Star. So from there, we were able to prove our milk testing accuracy. It's it's not perfect, but very usable. I would say for butterfat, we're almost on the same level as FA milk. And for mastitis, we're somewhere right now between 70 to 80%. But over time, when we get more access to farms, more data, and we can improve our algorithm to 80% detection rate.
Fascinating concept. I'm curious though, so you said this is a per cow solution.
Yes.
So what happens? So is it some sort of a notification that goes to the person that's working there, and then does it stop the milking from happening, or
Yes.
what is the process that occurs once there's an issue identified?
Yeah, so one of the big advantage of our technology is easy integration with the current milking system. So no disruption of the services. We connect our device right on the sampling ports. So you can parallel testing, parallel do all the conventional milk collection. Then from there, milk will automatically flow through our system. Our system detects the milk flow automatically. We generate optical data from the milk, and data will send to cloud, and from there, algorithm is able to determine butterfat protein somatic cell count, right? So again, our technology can adapt to all different farms. It's no limitation. We can work with different farm, different site, and although initially we focus on medium to large dairy because they have more, little more additional money, income to support innovation technologies.
So there's a mobile dashboard, an app, and also a web dashboard,
Yeah.
where the entire herd information is being collected in real time. We also have an alert system. If there are high somatic cells, they get an email just for the cows that need attention.
So this integration is very easy. This clip on the pipeline, right? No interruption, no cutting pipe at all. And from there, the milk going through our device, and we have a back-end cloud system algorithm, and the farmer can see the information right on their phone or desktop, because we understand the farmer don't have time dealing with data. They want information, not just data.
Do you have a plan for turnaround time for if you have technical problems?
Yes. So I guess we have been working on this for 5 years. We learned, our team had dairy expert. We learned firsthand from our pilot customers. So that's what happened when farmers have issues. They call us, we help them. You know, we do have a support from our partners. That's in the long term, right? Is any maintenance issues, we will work with our distribution partner, help solve. If it need to be on farm, those people will be deployed on farm. But our system is very robust, right? Just like iPhone, rarely break down. And we can detect, we have remote diagnosed capabilities. So we can see that over the cloud. If any device down, we will know that firsthand before even the farmer notice that.
Talk to me about the cost of the unit to the producer.
Yes.
And
Yes.
what you foresee as being their cost.
Yeah, I'm very excited to share that. This is our gross margin. GM is about 65, 70%. This is before at the current stage, before any cost optimization. And we sell the device between 5K to 7K. This is good news. Any customer sign up now, we provide a 50%, 75% discount as a reward for adapter early innovation farmers. So even that, we have been talked to all the farms. Farmer pay for the value. So we were told we're happy to pay for 5% value as long as no 0% headache. So that's why our device is very robust, automatic. No manual intervention, everything flow cleaning using the farm existing clean site goes to our device. So we have been tested at being able to prove that waterproof, everything connection, and farmers say, you know, when you look at one for our farm, they have 4,000 cows. Each month their revenue is about $5 million. So for them, it's not about they can afford the system, but for them, they're looking for value. So that's why we show them through all the pilot where we can help them.
So 70,000, is that what I heard?
5 to 7,000 as this original price before discount. So as I said, right now we offer 50% to 75% discount for farmer who's willing to sign up in the first quarter.
Yep. So the size of the herd doesn't have an impact?
No limitation.
There's no monthly cost or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also curious, so when I think about these dairies right now that have gotten pretty sophisticated, just incredible technology there, do you view this as a standalone product that's additional to the current technology they're using? Or is this something that could be incorporated within the robotics and other systems that are already used?
Very good question. So this can be independent tag along for just a milking system, a current milking system, right? We also actually, beyond my page, we also offer milk yield, milk meter rate, and flow rate, and samplers. So we can add tag-on or standalone system. But for robots, we have been approached by Dillable, Lilly, Bomatic in the US, Wisconsin, because most robot companies, they have no sensing, have the partial sensing capability. You will say it's no-brainer. You do milking same time test milk. So that's why we receive, we have NDA with the Dillable. We've been talking with the Bomatic. We are working to find our product integrated directly in the robots.
Well, thank you, Labby. Let's give them both a great big round of applause.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a short pause as the judges write their notes and tabulate their scores, and we'll be back in about a minute. Rise Bio, who are North Carolina Farm Bureau members. The team is led by Doug Toll, and he will be joined shortly by Josh Toll. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Toll, co-founder of Rise Bio. We are using diagnostics to help farmers use biology as a tool out in the field. And there are over 1,200 biological input manufacturers in the United States. Many of these companies claim that their product will improve yields, boost profit, improve profitability. The reality is that every farm is different, with different soil types, different crop types. In our lab, we see that maybe 40% of these products have a positive response, and this is validated by what the farmers are saying out in the field. Farmers need a tool to help them to understand where and when to place these products. At Rise Bio, we act as a service-based laboratory. We receive samples from the farmer and we focus on the roots. We provide a diagnostic that gives the farmer an understanding of the genetic potential of that crop to produce yield, cycle nutrients, ward off pests. Farmers are already seeing the value of this technology. A farmer out of Ohio, his name's Monty Heppard, he grows corn and soybean. And he was trialing different biologicals out in the field, and he didn't see a response. We came alongside of him, we conducted our analysis, we pulled samples, we gave him a recommendation, and Monty saw a 10 bushel per acre increase in his yield. Resulted in a $48 improvement in his top line revenue. Now let's extrapolate that out to 1,000 acres for Monty. If Monty were to factor in the cost of his product, factor in the cost of our testing, which is $5 an acre, he would have experienced $23,000 in profits. We are servicing the agronomists that work for input manufacturers, retailers, cooperatives, giving them the tools that they need to make sure that these products are placed accurately out in the field. We also work with input manufacturers to help them to understand when, where, and how their products works. In 2024, we generated $209,000 in sales, most of which was done in the last 6 months. We are continuing to develop these technologies in ways that are pushing the bounds of innovation. If we were to win this $100,000, we would drive commercial trials to create marketing collateral, go out in the field and show the farmer the ROI of using biology as a tool out in the field. It would be transformative for our company. We are acting as a transparent steward of this information. With healthy crops, we can drive higher yields and better profits for the farmer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Josh, and I will turn it over to the judges for their questions.
Thank you. Oh,
Hey,
wait,
I'm
so you
Doug.
got up on stage too?
Scientists.
Thank you, Doug. So biologics, an exciting space, but a space
Yes.
also that I think sometimes people have negative views on because of the inconsistencies that have seen some of the results so far. So from a scaling up standpoint, is this something you see as being a part of a seed treatment, or that is added right before planting, or what does that look like from that go-to-market standpoint of how a farmer would use this product?
Yes, go ahead.
We have the technology is primarily focused on the rhizosphere, so seed selection is another area we feel like has value to the farmer. And so primarily, initially we're talking about biological inputs, but really the rise score is predictive of potential yield. And so by implementing some of these other like cover crop, things of this nature, as that natural capital within the soil builds, that we think that the farmer will baseline that over time to see improvements in that natural capital. So yeah, there is a application in things like seed treatment as well.
What have you done to validate the accuracy of your tests thus far?
Yeah, so we're Ag Launch. We're part of the last year's Ag Launch cohort. We worked with this year. In addition to the Ag Launch farmers, we've done trials with 50 different soils across the United States, different farms. Next year, we're going to do 100,000. And we're correlating our rise score with yield, because we get that, because these are commercial trials, and we're seeing an 85% correlation with our work. I mean, scientifically, we're looking at the early forming rhizosphere. And if you consider the importance of the formation of these microbes to the host, whether it be a plant or human gut, for instance, that early formation of that community is extremely important. It has oversized influence on performance of that host in the future.
What sets you apart from your competitors out there, and who are your competitors?
Yeah, so many of our companies, our competitors, they focus on the soil. 90 to 95% of the microbes that are in the soil, they're not actively interacting with the crop. A lot of them are dormant. And to compound that, we're using metagenomics, we're looking at millions of different microbes in these systems. And so if we want to make actionable diagnostics, we have to look at the right sample type, which is where we believe that our competitors miss the mark.
Described how your sample type has to be correct, or the right sample type. Is it harder to take a sample your way versus what your competitors are doing out there?
Yes, there's the bulk soil sample. You just go get then you have a rhizosphere sample. We can do in-season rhizosphere sample testing. We do that with our biological input manufacturers as a contract research organization to demonstrate the effectiveness of their product. But we also do greenhouse work. So in the case of Monty, for instance, he sent us his seed and his soil. We established spring-like conditions in our greenhouse, replicating what that early forming rhizosphere is going to do, treated and untreated. So they'll take 2 weeks in the greenhouse and a week. It's about 3 to 4 weeks. Now, the important thing to consider is that as we create more data, we're going to begin looking for biomarkers that allow us to bridge what's happening in the rhizosphere to the bulk soil. We'll patent those biomarkers, and we imagine selling these kits or diagnostic kits through agricultural laboratories, or a home run for us would be to have an in-field testing device that we can help farmers, where we think then we could really scale this technology.
That was helpful. That helped to connect the dots there for me a little bit more. So the idea is, so you just went a step further with a different concept there of the infield. That'd be cool. But at least right now, it's more about sending in the soil sample and then getting the results back.
That's
and
right.
then is it a recommendation that comes along with that, or is that another
So the
step?
farmer will we are actually doing seed studies right now. So they'll say, I want this seed or this seed, and we'll look at the biological potential, the difference between the two. And then we also have farmers sending in the product that they would like to apply to the seed. And so we have an untreated and a treated seed, and we're looking at the rhizosphere microbiome, and we know what genes are important to demonstrate improvements in that biological potential. And so that's what we're targeting when we do our bioinformatic analysis.
We're finding some really interesting data that is suggesting that with metagenomics, we may be able to have a high likelihood of predicting what type of genetics the farmer could most benefit from to produce the highest genetic potential, just based off of metagenomics from the soil as well.
The important thing is that every soil is different, and a seed interacts with that soil differently, and it will recruit different microbes into the rhizosphere. And so we consider ourselves a precision agriculture company because we're looking at the precision at the microbial molecular level.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to wrap my head around, the go-to-market side. Work for Bayer, know a few things about seeds, and so I was trying to understand if it would have to be the same seed as the farmer used the year before in order to have that full analysis then, or at least have some sort of access to the seed for the next year. Am I understanding that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I get that though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Josh, Doug, thank you so much. Let's give them another great round of applause.
Thank you.
For Rise Bio. And again, we'll take just a short pause for the judges to take notes and tabulate scores. will now move on to our third team, who is Haleo, Utah Farm Bureau members. Here to represent the team is Tucker Bateman and Michael Davis. Gentlemen.
I represent Haleo, a biological fertilizer company with contracted customers who are waiting on our solution to address their salinity problems. My story begins on my family's farm. I grew up on a dairy farm in Utah where salinity was a big issue for us, and an even bigger problem occurred in 2022 when my father unexpectedly passed away. I was inspired to pursue a different path. Instead of pursuing medical school, to instead pursue a solution to the salinity problem. At BYU, I discovered a groundbreaking technology that not only helped my family's farm, but could help the tens of thousands of Farm Bureau members who are growing on the 17 million acres of salinized land in the United States. Soil salinity reduces crop yields, causing $27 billion of loss each year, and it's only growing at 10% each year. One farmer said, "Salinity affects my crops so much so that sometimes I will completely have no yield at all." And that's why we make our combination of bacteria that help increase the salt tolerance of crops so that farmers can have higher yields. Our strategy is to partner with the 37,000 farmers who are affected by this issue, and we validated this strategy through hundreds of conversations with farmers and Farm Bureau members as well as other stakeholders. Farmers need our product, and we know that that's true because we have dozens of willing to pay customers who want over 2,000 acres of trials. Haleo's core technology is a combination of bacteria that are naturally occurring and increase the salt tolerance of crops. There are 0 competitors in the biological space who are focused on the issue of salinity. Our innovation is protected by patents and has been refined through years of lab experiments and field trials. We saw that impact on my family's farm when we tested it on our salt-affected corn. We saw a 30% increase in biomass, and that 30% increase means over a $250 gain for my family, a huge win. At a price point of $50 per acre, that's over a $4 return for every $1 that a farmer spends with us. Our biggest challenge, however, has been stabilizing our bacteria through lyophilization, but that's an issue that could be resolved through your investment. We have the vigor of a youthful team and are backed by farmers, founders, PhDs, and government experts with decades of experience. By the end of the year, we project 10,000 acres worth of sales, generating $500,000 in revenue with a 70% gross profit margin. Based on our sales projections for next year, we project $2.3 million in sales, and in 2027, $5.6 million. The funds from your investment will help us expand our production capabilities and fulfill contracts from waiting customers, as well as advance our timeline by 2 years. Let's help the American farmer stand up to salt, and with your investment, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I will turn it over to the judges for the Q&A.
So curious a little bit more on how the product is actually used. So is this incorporated into the soil, or what's the application method?
Yeah. So something about our product is they're endophytes rather than rhizospheric. So we apply it by either a seed coating or foliarly through a pivot system. It's depending on the irrigation method that the farmers are used to.
And then my second question on that, if I can, with the judges, okay? From a regulatory standpoint, is this a product that would be regulated by USDA, EPA? Do you have a line of sight on what that would look like and what those regulatory burdens are going to be?
It's a great question. Yes, so we do have a site on EPA, specifically FIFA, as well as USDA. So it's a state-by-state case, and so we're going into the specific states that are we have trials in. So we're doing Montana, Arizona, California, Utah, and Nevada right now. It's a lot easier to go through regulation when the bacteria are naturally found there. It's an expedited process. When they're not, it takes a little bit longer. We're looking forward to in 1 to 2 years when there will be a federal process for biologicals to be able to get through the EPA and USDA.
How is your product made, and who makes the product?
I do. So we have scaled up our biofermentation processes in 50-gallon biofermentation tanks over in Utah County, just near the university where we came out of.
How are you targeting your customer base? If this is a problem that's wide and spread in Utah, is there a specific plan to target customers?
Yeah, so Utah is the second saltiest place in the world. That's why we started there. That's why our technology came out of there. It is a Western United States problem. And so we're working with seed distributors that have a clear read on who has salt saline issues, as well as soil testers in the area. So we can work with partners and say, oh, they have a high salinity, 15 decisiemens per centimeter. That's 5x what it should be. Maybe they'd enjoy your product. So that's how we're expanding naturally, as well as through word of mouth.
Tell me about the research trials you've done to date, and how much more do you need to fine-tune your product?
Yeah, so we've done 4 years of in-lab testing as well as 2 years of in-field testing. This is a proven product. We're not academic. We're closing contracts right now, expanding. We have patents as well, and we're filing internationally. Did that adequately answer your question?
And you're from Utah through the western part of the U.S., and are you seeing that your product is working as you move further out of Utah and go into other areas?
Yes, so that's a geographical risk associated with the product and the endophytes. Will they compete with the microbiome? And so we're seeing positive results in those trials, commercial-sized trials, where we are expanding into other geographic areas. Yeah.
And so what's the shelf life?
With lyophilization, it's over a year. It's a year, 2 months. So.
Based on the sales numbers that you're projecting in your presentation, do you have the capability to produce the product to get to market to meet those sales goals?
Yeah, so that's what your investment would play a key role in. We have enough to be able to do our 2,000 acres of trials this spring, but when we expand up to our $500,000 revenue this fall, when it would 10x after those initial trials, we'll need to offload our production capabilities. We're working with key producers that would be able to do that, but we need the cash flow to be able to meet all the demand that we have, and we don't have the cash flow to be able to meet that demand, even though we do have the contracts for it.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We very much appreciate you being here. Let's give them another great round of applause.
Thank you.
It was Haleo from Utah Farm Bureau. We're going to take another short break as the judges tabulate scores.
Lovers really fall. say.
Thank you, and welcome back. We are now going to be joined by our fourth and final team, GRIP, Indiana Farm Bureau members. The team is led by Tracy Whitmire and Jenkin Lieb. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Let's give them a round of applause.
Welcome, everyone. Technology changes quickly, just not in agriculture. The status quo is resistant to change, especially when you talk about agriculture record keeping and farm staff communication. Now, if you don't know what those things mean, let me explain. The paper book, used on every farm and every truck and tractor across the country to track important service events. If it could only remind you when that next service interval was due. This says 2018. The shop whiteboard, it's often smudged, and if you could only add things to it when you're not in the shop before you forget the details. Paper forms, great for audits and inspections. Too bad somebody's got to type it into a computer before it's useful. And the modern mobile phone. Let's see, we've got WhatsApp, group text, and Gmail. Wait, you're telling me my critical conversations and messages are going to be spread across my team's personal accounts? Unavailable to me? Well, that ain't going to work. Well, let me introduce GRIP, a solution with this mobile phone that allows you to track anything by putting one of these QR codes on it. Allows you to centralize conversations and records, makes those records widely accessible, is secure without passwords, and works like the apps you already use, because nobody has time to learn another complex app. Our farmers love our simple 3-step setup process where they can tag, scan, and tap their way through everything on this table. We have simple month-to-month pricing with plans starting as low as $9 a month, giving every farmer an affordable way to get started without complex user or asset fees. Farmers love GRIP because it can track records, and it can track crop records, it can track chemical records. We have a simple way for farmers to get started with our platform. We have simple month-to-month pricing, and we're on 70 operations. One of them is Washington Fruit. They use us to track crop and orchard records, and they've identified a 15% overage in their 5-pound apple bags going to market. One farmer in Kansas, Jordan Kane Farm, has eliminated all his center pivot downtime for the first time in his life using GRIP. And we're helping farms across the country in every major segment of ag streamline operations, track crop and chemical records, streamline maintenance, eliminate downtime, emergencies, and much, much more, all while saving thousands in time and preventing their equipment from breakdowns so they can use their equipment last much longer without the capital expense of always being forced to buy new. The bottom line is GRIP is providing value for farmers with a product in market today. The $100,000 from this challenge will allow us to onboard our next 150 farms because we know that every $650 we spend drives one new customer, giving us about $300,000 to $400,000 a year. That provides our path to sustainability with another $500,000 in revenue, and provides Farm Bureau and Farm Credit customers, as well as customers across the country, to be able to use GRIP to improve their operations. Estamos ayudando a los agricultores a tener un control sobre sus operaciones. Well, you might not understand Spanish, but don't worry, GRIP does that for you too with automatic Spanish to English translations. What I said is we're helping farmers get a grip on their operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. And I will now turn it over to the judges one more time for Q&A.
Show me your tag again. All right. You're going to attach that to a piece of equipment.
Yep.
How do you attach it, and how do you make it stay on? How durable is it?
So this is our second generation tag. It's got a 24-hour cure substance on the back. It's UV protectant as well. We have small, medium sizes of different size and form factors to go on maybe the bezel of a door jamb for a semi that's a little thinner. We also have magnets and zip ties. We have some irrigation units that don't have a continuous surface where they can put these on, and so we zip tie those there where they can hang off. We're also experimenting with some pop rivet, etching metal that can be power washed as well.
Mucho gusto. Buen trabajo. So curious on the route to market. So is this a view as a direct to consumer, or are there partners that you can work with to scale this up? Can you detail that a little more?
Yeah, so we've had some customers come to our website and buy like they would buy traditional software. You put their credit card in, we have a conversation, ship them some tags, there's a setup video. But we're looking to partner with all the folks that are already selling to the farm. So we have partnerships with dealers, OEMs, third-party agronomists, irrigation specialists. And then we also have partnerships with associations, so Western Growers, FEMA, Uncommon Farms. Basically, we're trying to find out where farmers hang out and meet them there, and allow folks to sell on our behalf or partner or refer with them.
One quick follow-up question there. So what would be the reason why an OEM would want to be a part of this?
Good question. So OEMs struggle, especially the ones that are selling direct, they struggle to support their farmers directly. It's text, it's phone calls, it's personal email. And so we're putting these tags on the equipment as it gets manufactured to provide a durable tie from the manufacturer to the owner. So we're going to preload all the tags with tips, tricks, manuals, calibration videos, all the things you'd want on there as a farmer, and then allow the farmer to ask questions back to that manufacturer and centralize that information on the piece of equipment. We all know equipment's getting more technical, there's more calibration settings. A lot of times when that's routed through the dealer, you're not represented well, and it becomes a mess to try to track that.
Do you have competition?
2% of the time, our competition is non-ag software that farmers don't like. It's user-based, it's complex, it's for somebody who sits in a cube and manages assets all day. 98% of the time, it's these things in my hand, or the failing memory that people think is going to serve them at the right time, and it doesn't. That's the landscape inside of ag.
What are you seeing as the top, say, 3 types of information that farmers are putting in the app that they're using on a daily basis?
Yeah, so if it's on the row crop side, it's typically canary issues, we call those, leaky seals, squeaky bearings, things that they don't have to fix today but might have to fix in the future before it becomes a disaster. If you skew to the other side, you're a dairy parlor or a specialty, there's a lot of regulation, paper forms, bacteria counts, things like that you have to capture. And so you get into a little bit more of the sort of the survey, the form based off of that piece of equipment, which might be a parlor house or a packing line or an apple float. And so it just depends on that type of operation from row crop up to specialty and dairy.
When we work with growers, one of the first questions we ask when they ask how do I use grip is what do you have a clipboard for? And they might have it for a chemical record or a food safety thing or something else, and then they immediately get all these expansive ideas on how to use grip because it's so easy to just scan something and input something into your phone. We've just done that text image based consistency that makes it really easy for folks to adopt.
And how would you use the $100,000 if you win?
So if we use $100,000, we will use it to acquire more customers. We spent, our CAC last year was about $650. So every $650 we acquire one new customer. The average ACV is about $3,000 to $4,000. That gets us to about $500,000 in revenue over the next 18 months. It helps us get to that sustainability, cash flow positive path. That's primarily where we would spend it. Particularly finding farmers where they're hanging out.
Are you targeting only agriculture? It seems to me like there's other industries out there that could use this.
Yeah, great question. So small, medium-sized blue-collar spaces, I call them, so industrial, manufacturing, golf courses, those places have been forsaken by these high-priced fleet tracking apps that are 6-7-figure software packages. So we're happy to nibble at that small to medium-sized place and keep our burn low to serve those customers because they have the same problem with the same solutions today. So we'll move into those spaces as soon as we can. We have some opportunistic folks on the platform already.
And is this patented, or how does that work in the software space?
Yeah, it's not patented. We do have a patent we're going to pursue around the communication. So if you're in corporate America, use Teams or Slack or some of those chat apps, there's this contextual model that we're working on that would allow a farmer with his partners, dealers, mechanics, OEMs, to contribute in the same thread. If you know Slack, you have to switch workspaces. For us, we want that conversation that all to participate in the same space. So there's a patent we'll pursue on that.
Go ahead. Still trying to put it together. So equipment, food safety is what I'm hearing from you guys. Is there another avenue that you may pursue in the future? I mean, there's staff, those kinds of...
Yeah, there's, it's funny, without even having to hypothesize on all the avenues we can go, our growers are actually pulling us into it. So it starts off with a very typical use case around equipment maintenance, and then when they see how easy to use it is, they have pulled us into some staff things where H2A issues on the field or even housing inspections. We're even getting pulled into inventory, and then someone says, I want to use the inventory for the H2A stuff. Oh wait, I want to use the inventory for also my everything else that they're maintaining. Even the Washington fruit example that Tracy gave in the presentation, we're on the packing line, but now they're pulling us into the orchard. And I thought, okay, that's one other use case, and it's actually, it's about 50 other growers that are looking to use this to manage inventory levels. And if it works there, then they're thinking, okay, and there's spray records and all these other extensions that naturally come out. And when I was on the ranches out there, they were like, this is so easy to use. We could beat the clipboard.
Thank you so much, Grip. Let's give him another round of applause.
Oh my God.
And we'll take a final pause. Let's give them another round of applause. I'd also like to thank our judges. Let's give them a round of applause as well. So this, like I said earlier, this is our 11th year doing the Ag Innovation Challenge. If you have a company, a startup, or you know of someone, or you just have a good channel that would, of folks that would be interested in this program, please encourage them to apply. There's a lot of great financing out there through this program. And if you want to learn more, you can visit our website at fb.org/challenge. We encourage you to funnel folks there that you think might be interested. It was absolutely a pleasure to be here with you all today. I would like to take a moment again to thank our judges as well as our sponsors, Farm Credit, Bayer Crop Science, John Deere, Farm Bureau Bank, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and T-Mobile. Can we give them a round of applause? And on a note of personal privilege, I would like to thank my partner in this effort at AFBF, and that is my colleague Tara. So I'd love to give her a round of applause. She made this all work. And I would actually just like to have all of the teams join us on stage. Got one more. Let's give these folks another round of applause. The Ag Innovation Challenge winner and runner-up teams will be announced tomorrow at the closing general session starting at 11:30. Please join us as that news is announced. We'd like to wish you all a wonderful, good luck and a wonderful rest of convention, as well as those who are attending. Thank you for coming, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
guys.
I'm always the one that forgets to
Yes,
take
they will take a picture.
Let's go
They want to do it.
Luckenbach, Texas.
like to hear. We're going to sing karaoke. It is.
After the interview with Cody.
Tiffany's on first name basis now. They're old buddies now. Oh, our time has started.
Hello, everyone. I'm Morgan Walker. I'm the Managing Director of Brand Marketing at the American Farm Bureau Federation. We've got a fun discussion for you guys today. I'm joined with Cody and Erica Archie of Bar 7 Ranch on social media. Cody and Erica are first-generation ranchers in Central Texas who raise beef cattle and sheep along with their 2 children. Through their authentic approach to social media, they have amassed a substantial following on both TikTok and Instagram. Today, we're going to talk with Cody and Erica about how they've established such a strong relationship with their audience. But before we do that, I wanted to set the stage about content creators in general. So 63% of consumers today say that they trust influencers more than brands. What's more is that research also shows that consumers trust influencers more than scientists on topics such as innovation. So what that tells us is that there's a real opportunity for farm and ranch influencers to bridge the gap between farming and consumers. So thank you for joining us. So the first question I'd like to ask you guys is, how do you see the role of influencers or content creators in shaping the public's perception of agriculture? And what do you think is the most important message that both farmers and ranchers should convey?
I think that's a great question. I mean, just like you said, 63% of people use social media as their avenue for where they get their information now. I think it's probably higher than that. I don't know how new that is, but I bet it's probably higher than that. But it gives agriculture the opportunity to put our voice out there. You know, we've spent a lot of time in Texas Farm Bureau, 20 years. We started in the Young Farmer and Rancher program. We've gone through the contest, through all the leadership trainings. And, you know, Texas Farm Bureau's motto is to be the voice of agriculture. And they've instilled that in us since the beginning, and with the use of social media, we can really be the voice of agriculture, because it doesn't cost us anything to put out our content. It doesn't matter if you've got 2 or 3 sheep or 1 milk cow that you're milking for your family, or you got 5,000 mama cows and you're weaning calves for 2 months, you know, trying to get everything done. You can put out content that other people would never normally see if they were just expecting the media to show something, or they were expecting, you know, somebody in their hometown. And I'm sure all of you see the same things that we do. You've got people in your hometown, you may be from a small farming or ranching community, and they have no idea exactly what it is you do on your farm. And if you just show a little bit of that, it can really get the word out about agriculture and change the perception from, you know, this is all big ag and they're trying to kill us with everything they do, to, hey, there's a face behind that farm. There's a family there that when we buy from them or we support agriculture, we're supporting their family farm. We're supporting the next generation that's going to provide our food, our fiber, and our fuels.
Erica, anything to add on that?
Am I on now? Okay. Yeah, I think just the genuineness behind seeing a face behind who's growing that food and who's producing fiber is what gets people's trust, gains people's trust, and allows them to see that story behind it. So,
what's so unique about you guys is that you have a real knack for being able to share content from an authentic standpoint. I think that's one of the reasons why people relate so well to you all. So I'd love to kind of lean into that. How have you been able to reach beyond your fence rows? We talk a lot about reaching beyond our fence rows, talking to more than just agriculture and farmers and ranchers. What are ways that you all have been able to do that? And is that something that's conscious, or are you all just out there sharing your everyday life and what happens?
I think from the beginning we decided that we were just going to share whatever was happening that day, whether it was truly agriculture related, because we wanted to show the genuineness of our family behind the farm. So you're seeing things from dry cleaning and laundry to building houses to the ranch side of things. So we get people from all avenues of life on our channel, and they may be there to see dry cleaning content, but they're going to see agriculture too. So we get a lot of crossover and build a bigger audience that way by not niching down to just agriculture. And we have a lot of comedy on our channel, so a lot of people are there for Cody's antics.
Well, I think what really hit it off for us was the family dynamic, because a lot of men relate with how mean their wives are to them, just like what I have to go through on a daily basis. So I think that's one of the reasons we've had such success. But realistically, I think what it is just being genuine and honest. We don't sugarcoat the things we do. We show the goods and the good side of stuff and the bad side. We show why we do things. I think that's one of the biggest things that if I was going to encourage any of you guys to start posting is just for the educational side of it. Show people and explain why you're doing something. You know, a lot of people are scared to death that, hey, if you implant a steer or you feed an ionophore, that it's going to make me grow a third toe or something. But if you take the time to explain the reason I'm doing this is because it helps with their feed efficiency. It gets them to the finish line sooner. By the time they come off of the rail in their process, there's more estrogen in a head of lettuce than there is in the beef that you're eating, and it's okay. You know, there's been so much false information put out by agriculture over the years that if we take the time to just explain, hey, this is why we're doing this to the general public. I think there's been a paradigm shift since COVID when people were locked up and they started to use social media a lot more. They're looking to you guys and to us as basically like the scientists, the ones that say, these guys do it every day. I think I'm going to pay a little more attention to what they have to say instead of, somebody that's never seen a cow.
And just sharing it on like a kindergarten level, just sharing things really easy to understand for an everyday consumer, not in our big ag terms that, we get so used to talking to other farmers and ranchers about.
Some of it is a bit back to the basics, right? I think a lot of this is shared values. I think it's something that you guys, I think, focus on, and farmers and ranchers across the country, is leaving the land better than they found it, taking care of the animals, finding those shared values between the farmer and the consumer. And I think that that's something that social media really does a great job of allowing you to do, kind of breaking those barriers to make that connection, because people tune in to you guys every day, sometimes for appointment TV, so to speak. So they're looking for you all and for other creators to kind of help them along their journey about learning about agriculture.
I agree. It's an easy way to share our stories, and no matter what avenue of life you're in, we all go through the same struggles. Like us as first generation, people that are starting, anybody that's starting a new business from scratch is going through the same hurdles that we're in. They're experiencing the same emotions, the same setbacks, the same barriers, whether you're wanting to start a restaurant in New York City or you're wanting to start farming and ranching in Central Texas. And for you guys that are multi-generation, there are lots of folks that are out there going through the same struggles that you are. Maybe they're going to inherit an electric business from their dad, but dad says, hey, we're not buying any new trucks because this or that, and you're trying to say, hey, we got to put some new trucks into service because we got to be able to keep up, or we got to introduce this technology because if we don't, we're going to be behind in 2 or 3 years. The same things that we face in agriculture, people in other avenues of life are facing. If we just share that, they can see those similarities, and then because they're there hearing you talk about the things that you go through on a daily basis, they see the agriculture side of you also, and it's like, well, hey, I never really knew that there was so much technology that you could run these new fancy spray rigs that just see a weed and spot spray it as you're going through a field versus broadcasting it across an entire field. And it's like, that's really neat, and they understand why we're doing things.
So we've been talking about shared values and trust, and one of the things I'd like to ask you guys is how you have gone about establishing trust with your audience. And, one thing just in general is that farmers are one of the highest ranked professions in terms of being trusted. So I think there's already a lot of work that's been happening there. But I'd love to hear your perspective about how you guys have used your social media to kind of build up that trust and credibility with your audience.
I think from the get-go, just being transparent in what we were doing on our ranch, showing ups and downs, goods and bads, our feeding program, all the way from end planting to feeding corn and not grass-fed, and everything we do, we just transparently show how we do it.
And by the way, we're all for grass-fed. If you got a grass-fed business and you got when I sold cars for a little while, there's a butt for every seat. There's a mouth for every piece of beef that we produce. So just find the niche that works for you. But just to reiterate what Erica said, it's just being upfront and transparent. Don't sugarcoat things, but we don't skirt around things. We don't not talk about things that are important to other people. Showing what you do. A lot of people ask, like we have guard dogs, and we get questioned all the time, like when one of our guard dogs comes up all bloodied and tore up from fighting coyotes. It's like, well, are you going to haul her to the vet? Are you going to do this? Well, no, because most of the blood you see on her is from a coyote. It's not from her. She's not wounded. This is her job. I could pin her up at night where she doesn't do that, but she's going to dig a hole or she's going to jump over because that's instinctually bred into her to do this. I don't have to train her. It's something she wants to do on her own. She wants to protect that flock, and just explaining those things to people and building that trust. You can't just expect somebody to watch one video and trust you and believe what you have to say, but if you're consistently putting information out, and it doesn't even have to be, if you don't want to be in front of a camera, you don't have to be in front of a camera. You can put farm facts or ranch facts on a picture of something that's at your place or what you're doing, because people love to consume that away also. So just taking that first step and stepping outside of your comfort zone and posting on a daily basis is a good step to just get agriculture in front of other people.
And doing it in a calm, educational manner and not a confrontational, I'm better than you, that's wrong kind of manner.
And one other thing I'm not going to say it, but guys, if you're watching another farmer or rancher post something and you don't necessarily agree with what they're saying, unless it's some kind of blatant bald-faced lie, just swipe past it. Because just because they're not doing it the way you choose to do it or the way that you feel like is the best way to do it, there's no reason for us to air our dirty laundry in front of everybody, because that gives the entire community of agriculture a bad look. So, if I watch one of Mr. Davis's videos about how he bales his hay and I'm like, man, I wouldn't use that baler, or he's 6 hours too late on that. It doesn't add anything to the conversation for me to point that out or say it, and I may not even know why he's doing that. Maybe he wanted a customer that wanted it baled a little bit later or baled a little bit greener. You don't always know the circumstances behind the video that you're seeing. You're getting a 15, 20-second clip of something you may not completely fully understand. So.
Well, that's a great segue into my next question. Really what I took away from that is kind of coming at it from a positive standpoint. So I'd love to hear how you guys have used your platform to advocate for agriculture as a whole in a positive way, and some examples of that.
So, we just post everything. We try to shed a positive light on agriculture. You also have to be willing to show the downfalls of it, because you don't want it to all look, you don't want to just say, everything's perfect, we never have an issue, we never have a problem. This summer, or this spring, we had a lot of rains here in Central Texas. And we have been going for 2 years trying to develop a disease and parasite-free dorper herd in our flock of dorpers. So we weren't worming, we weren't doing anything. It's basically, if one got sick, he just fell out, and it's like his poor genetics are out of the flock from now on, right? Well, when you get 20, 30 inches of rain in 6 weeks, the worms come out bad. And we were gone speaking at a conference. We lost 40 head in the 3 days while we were gone. And we showed that, and that's devastating. But we also were able to talk through about why we're changing, making some changes in our. But by doing that, sorry, go ahead. Oh, by doing that, you just get to share with everybody that, hey, there are problems, there are hurdles that we all face, but we need to share every bit of it.
I know that you all, a couple of months ago, last year, posted a video about a particular issue, advocating on behalf of that. Can you share kind of how you kind of incorporate your everyday life with both your advocacy life within Farm Bureau?
Go ahead. Okay. So I guess last year we had what we called Prop 1 here in Texas, the Right to Farm Act. So if any of y'all have faced this in your states, it's a pretty big deal. So basically what municipalities are doing is they're coming in and they're annexing farmland, ranch land, and they come in there and say, hey, it's kind of vulgar for a cow to breed for a bull to breed a cow in the eye shot of humans now. So if you want to continue to have livestock in your pasture here that's been annexed by the city, you need to build a barn for them to breed in, or you can cut and bale your hay, but it can't get more than 18 inches tall, and if it stays in the field for more than one day, you're going to be fined. So basically what they were doing was trying to legislate agriculture out of municipalities. So Texas Farm Bureau had a real big stance on, hey, we want the right to farm. We've got to have farmers and ranchers, and if a city comes in and takes over, annexes your farm or ranch land, you need to have the right to farm there. So our county farm bureau and the use of our social media platform, we created a video about the right to farm to explain to the general public exactly what the proposition was about, how they needed to vote on it when it came time to vote, and it passed unanimously. I'm not saying it was because of us, but we had an enormous reach with that, and we were able to use our platforms to spread that word. And even people in other states have said, hey, we've had similar things like that, and now we know how we need to vote on that because we understand now. And that people that didn't even farm or ranch, they're like, it's so important for us to be able to have this, and thank y'all for advocating for it.
Well, I think that goes back to the building relationship portion where you spent so much time, 14 years to be exact, right, Erica? 14 years building up this audience. And so whenever you kind of pivot into more of an advocacy lane, it's natural and folks know you and understand you and have background. Cody, you mentioned it at the top of the conversation. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about Farm Bureau and Texas Farm Bureau's role in helping you guys and kind of coming along with you all on your journey as social media stars?
Well, like I said, Texas Farm Bureau's motto is to be the voice of agriculture, and they've spent a lot of time through the Young Farmer and Rancher program helping teach people to advocate for agriculture, whether it's just posting your daily stuff that you do on your farm or ranch on your own personal pages, to being willing to go talk to legislators, things like that. But I would say a good bit of our media stuff has come from Erica's time that she spent in the PALS program, which is a national, I'll let you talk about that because I don't do it right.
Well, I spent a couple of years in the American Farm Bureau Partners in Advocacy Leadership class, which taught me a lot about how to speak to reporters, how to speak on social media, what language to avoid. So that was a great experience that I brought over as well. But the years before that, coming up in Texas Farm Bureau and just practicing that for the years before that, posting on social media would definitely help that.
And I'm glad to see so many young people here today. I mean, how many of y'all are involved in your YF&R programs in your state? Raise your hand. So congratulations to y'all, because your counterparts that are unwilling to take the time off and come to a convention like this, or maybe go to the Young Farmer Rancher programs within your state, they're going to be the ones that are griping and moaning about how legislation didn't pass that's affecting them, and how they don't feel like they have a voice out there in policy development. But you guys have the forethought to say, hey, I'm going to go and be a part of this. So congratulations to you guys for taking advantage of that. The Young Farmer and Rancher program is, you can't put a price tag on it. So if you're a county Farm Bureau leader and you've got individuals that are interested in going to your Young Farmer and Rancher programs, find every way you can to fund that and get as many of them there as you can, because without bringing this next generation up, agriculture is going to be dead. We're not going to have anybody to fight for it.
But that's truly what started our journey on social media. I mean, going to a YF&R event is what started us saying, okay, I'm going to start a Facebook and an Instagram account 14 years ago and just start posting what we do every day. So, and that was a long journey, but we just stuck with it.
That's great. And I'd love to open it up to the audience. If you all have any questions for Cody and Erica, please raise your hand, and Aaron, who's right up here, can help find you.
Hello.
Hello.
I wanted to ask about the TikTok ban and or just how some of the changes that you have no control over can impact what you're doing and what you plan to do.
Well, luckily for us, did you want to say something first? Okay.
I was going to say, great question.
Luckily for us, TikTok was definitely what boosted our audience, what got us out of our bubble of family and friends. So we do have a much larger audience there than we have on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. But early on, we saw the importance of branching out to other platforms as well. So if something were to happen, we've still built a good audience on those other platforms, and we would just continue to do that.
Diversify is key.
Yes.
Yeah, just like on your operations, you don't want to put everything in one basket. So, and that's the great thing about social media is if you have a channel, say you enjoy TikTok or you're on Facebook, you're on Instagram, you can film one piece of content and cross-post it on all three of those platforms. It doesn't cost you anything but a little bit of time, and once you get it figured out, it's not like it takes hours to do one. You can shoot a video, edit it in 3 or 4 minutes, and post it, and you're done.
Have you ever done that?
No, if something happens to Erica and I decide to replace her, I'm going to have to hire. I'm going to outsource that.
I have an analytical question in terms of, actually 2 questions. So the first one is in terms of videos, what content have you felt that consumers enjoy the most, and is there a time length on those videos that's like, okay, anything past 30 seconds doesn't do as well as the others?
Peterbilt. That gets the most views of anything is the Peterbilt. But it's really diverse. You never know what the algorithm's going to pick up. I mean, we posted a video the other day of putting on some starch blue jeans, and it's like 500,000 views. Like, who cares about some fat guy putting on his blue jeans? But the thing about content creation is we can make a video and we're like, this is awesome, it's going to go big, and it'll be a dud. And then you do something, you shoot an iguana in the Everglades floating through a canal in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I mean, that video's got 55 million views on YouTube. I mean, and you're the worst person that ever lived. But it really, you really can't judge what's going to be the best. It's just whatever's kind of trending or what people are looking at that time.
And then my second question is, have you ever had or do you ever feel unsafe in terms of, sharing where your family farms and ranches, and in terms of activists maybe ever coming out and visiting your farm or ranch? Has that ever felt like an issue, or have you ever had run-ins like that?
I just have trust in the Lord, and I don't have any worry with that at all. We post when we're going places, and it's not a big. We do have security cameras because we want to know if somebody steals something. But
I think those are mainly for when I hit my head on something or I have a fit or something. She likes to have, like, there's the proof right there, But early on, I guess if we were really worried about it, we would have taken some measures to begin with. But now, like, if you search Cody Archie or Erica Archie or Bar 7 Ranch, the first thing that pops up is my cell phone number, our address. I mean, if somebody wanted to come, they're going to be there, but we don't really worry about it. I mean, we still...
The UPS man can't even find my house, so...
And we're very humbled, I mean, that anybody would even come and listen to us. I mean, it's like, why would somebody want to track us down? But we just don't really worry about it that much.
How do you deal with the negatives that, when people make negative comments or that kind of thing on your platforms?
So how many of y'all do post stuff regularly on your pages? And how many of you get bad comments? Yeah. There's an expert in every field. If I told you that this water bottle was clear and didn't have a wrapper on it, somebody's going to say it's got one on it. So we have 2 different approaches to that. The good Lord granted me a long time ago thick skin, so I don't worry about it. It don't bother me. There's only a few things that can get me riled up, but most of them I just blow it off. Now, Erica likes to wear her heart on her sleeve right here, and she gets, somebody calls me fat or talks, trash about me. She gets all upset and wants to go after them. But what'd you learn a long time ago on this?
Well, I've learned lately my rule has been if I read something I don't like, I just get out of it and go do something else, and I'll forget and not think about it. But we also, we've learned to realize if the comment is an educational question and they're actually asking something because they want to know more, then we'll go in and answer it, or we'll make a video talking about that, telling them the answer to that question. But if they're just trying to pick a fight, then we try not to engage.
It's just like the folks that ran through the meeting this morning. If every one of us stood up and screamed and hollered at them, we're not going to change their mind about anything, right? So if you fight with a fool, that just means there's two of you in the room together, right? I mean, it's just the ones that are genuinely asking questions. And you got to realize, one thing that took us a while to realize is depending on what part of the country you're from, people talk and ask questions differently. And the way it comes across when you read it may not be the way they meant it when they typed it. So if it's a true, genuine question or a misunderstanding, you can answer it once. But if they, like Erica said, if they're looking to pick a fight, just scroll on past. One thing we don't ever do, unless somebody's just being completely vulgar or something, we don't block them, because I want to pop up, I want to burn them up every time they open their deal. I want them to see my face, and I want them to be like, because eventually I hope they see a capsule sermon, or I hope they see something that changes their mind and they're like, hey, that makes sense. And we've done that a lot, and have received lots of comments like, hey, I didn't really like y'all at the beginning, but now that I've watched this, I've learned a lot, and I never thought about things the way you did, or things like that. So just keep putting it out there, and if you get to where you're getting lots of stuff like that, just turn your comments off. So you don't have to see them, you don't have to read them. The people that need to see it will get it, and you don't have to worry about it.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we are at time. I know. So if you have an outstanding question, Cody and Erica, I'm sure will be happy to chat with you all. You can meet them over here on my right. So really appreciate you guys taking the time to have a conversation with us today, and thank you all for joining us. And
thank y'all.
And be sure to check out Cody and Erica on TikTok, Instagram, and anywhere at Bar 7 Ranch. Thank you all.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much.
Well, good afternoon, Farm Bureau. Let's try that one more time. Good afternoon, Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Cultivation Center Stage on the American Farm Bureau Trade Show. My name is Sam Kiefer. I have the privilege of serving as Vice President for Public Policy here at the American Farm Bureau Federation. And I am joined on stage this afternoon with two guests, and we'll look forward to engaging in a conversation. Our first guest, first we're here to talk about a new award. It's the Veteran Farmer Award of Excellence. It is an American Farm Bureau award that is sponsored by the Farm Credit Council. And we are here with the first recipient of that award, Colonel Joe Ricker from Indiana.
Thank you.
And we are also joined with by Ann Thompson, Vice President for Young and Beginning Farmer Programs and Industry Outreach at the Farm Credit Council. So please give Ann a round of applause as well. So as indicated, we presented to Colonel Ricker the Veteran Farmer Award of Excellence, the inaugural award. on Veterans Day in the United States Capitol Complex.
It was pretty cool.
Excellent opportunity. A little cold that day, if I remember, but great opportunity. But first, let's watch this video.
I'm going to go through my little war chest of stuff that I got from deployments. So you get a lot of cards when you're overseas, and they're really cool to get. Fun to get the kids' pictures. This one means a lot. So I got this when I was in Afghanistan. So I started in the Army about 30 years ago. It's been quite the journey. I started as a reserve officer in the Army, and then I went to full-time active guard and reserve time. So I went to Afghanistan about 2003. And then I went back to Iraq. I was given the opportunity to support special operations. And I think the biggest reward of my career, take my troops home. I really felt like throughout that journey, I met a lot of people that needed help. So a lot of people go through deployments, have relationships that need healing. When I came in 2016 to Indiana, I decided to start a farm that I could have veterans come to. What we do at Addie's Orchard is really try to connect with both veterans and other agencies. Started with the USDA Specialty Crop Grant with beekeeping. So they allowed me to give bee setups to veterans to start to teach them how to beekeep. Bees are organized, which has a real good military sense. Being able to be out by yourself, I think a lot of military people become introverts after a lot of exposure to a lot of different things. I see that agriculture is also rewarding in that you put all that effort in, you worked with somebody else like the bees. So I appreciate American Farm Bureau really highlighting the veterans because it does start to fade away after a while. So the impact will be huge. I mean, I'll be able to buy beehives for the next 2 years with the money, be able to partner more with Heroes to Hives to help them train up the veterans in beekeeping. We've given service. We've given back to the community as much as we can. So to be able to be a farmer, to be able to give food to, food pantries or community organizations and see people eat from it, it's really a service-driven occupation. I'll get calls for over 100 people a year wanting to get into agriculture. How many have been successful is hard to quantify. I feel successful and it's worth my time if I save one from hurting themselves.
Powerful video. Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate your stepping forward and your commitment to veterans, to our peers, and to agriculture. So, Joe, you're not from a farm background. Can you tell us a little about why you got into this after your service?
So I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, no farm, regular backyard, 100 by 100 foot. Went into service, did a couple deployments, was in the Pentagon a couple times, and I just decided I was done with the government service. A lot of people go into bigger things like corporate world with my rank or other things. I just kind of wanted to I would say hide on the farm, but just have some opportunities that it was under my control rather than somebody telling me how to do things. And I think a lot of veterans are the same way. They've been told how to do things for the past 10 or 15, 20 years, and they just don't want to be told anymore how to do something. They want to do it themselves and reap the rewards from it.
And it's a great opportunity to keep most military members, I'm a service member myself, most military members are very active and want to be doing things and fully engaged, and farming provides those opportunities as well.
Oh yeah, we're used to waking up at 6 a.m. for PT and getting done when the mission's done. And it's a lot like farming, right? You get up at 6 a.m. to feed the goats or the cows and do your chores, and you don't end. If it's raining or snowing, you don't end until the mission's done that day.
That's right. And Farm Bureau and Farm Credit share a lot of goals, values, and frankly, your customers are our members, and equally committed to rural America. And I think many of us recognize that it's less than 1% of the United States population who's engaged in production agriculture. And I don't think it's ironic that less than 1% of the United States population has sworn an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States as a member of the military. Can you talk a little bit about why this is an important area for Farm Credit to be involved?
Yes, Sam, thank you. We were just so honored when we got the call to ask to be the sponsor of this program and get to celebrate this award that honors those who have made a commitment to our country and a commitment to the industry. We've got a statistic that 19% of the population comes from rural America, yet 44% of men and women who serve our country also come from rural America. So there's really an outsized impact on our rural communities that veterans play, and so we are just so proud to be a sponsor and support this work.
And the work of Farm Credit through all your member associations all across the country is very diverse, as diverse as American agriculture itself. So we very much appreciate the commitment and the partnership with Farm Credit to recognize deserving veterans like Joe now and certainly into the future.
Likewise.
So Colonel Ricker, United States Army, 2 stints at the Pentagon, Iraq and Afghanistan. Finding your way into agriculture, you mentioned it's an opportunity, it's a purpose. It's an opportunity to stay engaged, a reason to wake up, a reason to get things done. As we were talking before, and some of the other stories have been written about you and in this application, there was commentary about finding therapy in beekeeping. Can you talk a little bit about what you personally find as therapeutic in that process and your work with other veterans? How does that relate to those who are transitioning?
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, if you want to be an introvert, have a bunch of bees flying around you because everybody's afraid they're going to get stung. And then it makes a really great product that's sweet in the honey, so. Absolutely. And it's a pretty, once you get into it, but there's other programs out there that's supported throughout the United States, that will teach beekeeping. So it's very in-depth in there. But I found the therapeutic value of it is it's a little bit dangerous, like in the military or in farming. You got a little bit of worried about getting shot by a bee, You do have some, it's neat to watch the hive because there is some military organization to it. You have a queen in charge of the hive. It's just like a general in charge of it. You have everybody working to make sure they survive and everything in the hive needs to happen. So it's hive's rather organized for bees as well. And, it's great to take care of them. I do know there's some studies out there on the therapeutics of beekeeping, which is very, very interesting. And it's hard to say, some people will say the smell sometimes helps. I know I'm very used to a beehive smell. I can walk in a forest and know that there's a beehive now within about 100 feet of me because I can smell the honey or the propolis, and then I also know that there's some stuff about the tones coming out and the humming and the working together and the humming of it all. It's like a smooth engine being driven.
And there certainly is an order to beekeeping, and a process. Tell us a little bit about your farm.
So Addie's Orchard has about 250 apple trees, give or take disease or storms, and we have about 4 or 5 different types of apples. I really use my farm for teaching veterans more than a huge production level. Although I do produce, I sell it by donation, so people donate money for the honey and for the apples, and I take that back into the nonprofit. So I run the farm as a nonprofit, and that gives me some flexibility in business management and other things to help out veterans. Because my goal, I get more pleasure helping a veteran than I do producing or making a lot of money on the farm. So I take all that money and I push it back into the nonprofit. So I have about 10 beehives now, about 250 apple trees. Recently got goats, and I think, I know 3 of them are pregnant and they'll probably deliver while I'm here. And that's why my wife's not with me, and I'll probably...
It always happens when you're away from the farm.
It does, yep. It will. I'll get a call in a minute, and it'll...
And how long... You've been out of the military for a few years. How long have you been fully engaged on the farm?
So it really started to roll in after COVID. I got the specialty crop COVID grant. And so my whole mission started with beekeeping and reinforcing beekeeping. So when I got the specialty crop COVID grant, if I could say that, it was really to get beekeepers into beekeeping. And then as the farm got to be better known and stuff, other grants came in, other donations, and we've expanded to all areas of agriculture. I support also 2 farms that have veterans living on them that they do agriculture as well. One we call Jack's Farm, Special Forces, Vietnam veteran, brother owns it, and so we grow on there. And then the other farm we call Porter Farm, again, another Army guy that had passed and wanted something to do. But this opportunity has been wonderful because I've had 2 or 3 outreaches saying, hey, we want to do that model on our farm. My dad passed away. I don't want to give away his farm. He was a Vietnam veteran. Can we do your same model on our farm? So it's really been great to kind of pick up speed. But one of the things we do on the farm, just to add to that, is that we do express a lot of the unique opportunities for veterans when they want to become farmers. So there is categories within NRCS and USDA for benefits. There's a Farmer Veteran Coalition has a fellowship fund. There's another program called the Dauntless Fund that does it. There's Heroes to Hives, Mission Believe, and I also work with a program called Agribility to help people with physical challenges continue on in farming. And that program is for everybody, but they do focus in, a lot of veterans come back, like I have 90% disability with my shoulders and hives that get pretty heavy. They talk about techniques and ergonomics and stuff.
So how do you get connected with veterans who are looking to get into farming? Do you seek them out? Do they seek you out?
So things like this are great. You know, people will come up to say, hey, Joe, I'm a veteran, I want to farm. We just got past a workshop on Saturday, yesterday. We had about 70 attendees there in Indiana, and that was fantastic. And so it's a lot of name building and name recognition. With Agribility, I'm their veteran outreach coordinator. So my number's on their website, and I'll get phone calls for them from across the nation. And that's where I get about 100 phone calls a year or more, just to say, hey, I'm a veteran, I want to learn how to farm. And then the nice thing I think for the veteran is I've been through it, I've done different programs to get where I'm at, and I can kind of counsel and mentor them on that.
And I think one of the most intriguing parts of your outreach, your engagement, your assistance is you're one of them. And you already speak the language. And for those who serve, particularly those who serve in combat, you know, there are certain things that are expressed very in difficult ways, if they can be expressed at all. And one of the other terms I heard you talk about was dirt therapy, and I think, you know, the military often, you know, it's a dirty job, and you know, so is farming, but there is therapy in working with Mother Nature and with Earth.
Oh yeah, you turn off, the barriers start to fall. You got somebody that you served with in Balad, Iraq. You start talking about situations and things you've been through. You know, we train all our people that work with veterans in suicide prevention and other things. So when somebody says something that might be a trigger, we then have the ability and know the resources to steer them to.
And one of the main focus points of American Farm Bureau over the last certainly 5 years has been on, you know, farmer mental health. But something that our nation has struggled with, frankly, for generations is mental health within the military. And it's unfortunate, but there are raw statistics, gut-wrenching statistics about you know, America's sons and daughters who come home from war, come home from service with mental scars that are difficult to deal with. Some reach out for help, others do not. But the work that you're doing at least provides an outlet. But yours isn't the only program. There are folks like you all across the country who are doing things like this. And I know that there's, it's not necessarily a formal network, but I know you talk to folks all across the country doing similar things.
Yeah, so I mean, I know farms, and there's a SAVE program in Kansas City. There's the Veteran Farm of North Carolina. There's one in Washington. I know one in Columbia Urban Agriculture in Missouri. There's a program in Michigan. So, you know, anybody from those states, I'd love to connect Farm Bureau with their state opportunities to enhance them and see what they can do for them as well. But there's almost every state's got somebody who's in farming that wants to help other veterans in one way, shape, or form.
And I want to point out that, you know, none of us on stage, at least I don't think, are mental health professionals. I know I'm certainly not. And one of the things that Farm Bureau has been talking a lot about in recent years is it's okay to not be okay. You know, there are stresses of life. You know, certainly economic stresses. Things happen on the farm. You're away. Goats give birth. Barn fires, snow, collapsing structures. Farming is hard. Serving in the military is hard. But being able to recognize that among our peers and engage in conversations and just check in. Yeah. Just check in. And I suspect that's a lot of what happens on the farm. There might be hours where nobody says a word, but just being there next to another veteran is solace enough.
Yeah, just being present. Sometimes you just have to be present for them, and gives them that opportunity to open up when they're ready.
That's right. That's right. And giving them a safe place to go where they may not be have additional expectations. Just a place to go and clear their head and maybe get away from home or get away from that challenge. But again, an opportunity for somebody else to check in. Make sure they're showing up and all that, all those great opportunities. So let me ask a little bit about your experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. Again, American agriculture and American military have a lot in common. You also served in the Pentagon. You and I share military lineage in common. We're both logisticians. But tell us a little bit about your activities in Iraq and Afghanistan.
So when I was in Afghanistan, I was in Mazar-Sharif, Afghanistan, which is in the upper northeast. And so we did a lot of log work or traveling supplies to a Jordanian hospital. So the hospital supported the local population in Afghanistan, and we provided them supplies. Small group of about 15 to 20 U.S. soldiers amongst a 300-man Jordanian hospital in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. So totally different environment, but get you smart on how do you transport lettuce in 100-degree heat, for 2 days and not have it wilt. How do you move frozen foods? They give you the good. We call that that's class. I want to say class 1.
It is class 1. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Thanks. It's been a while for me. And it wasn't class 5 and class 6.
No.
so
go bang.
Didn't go bang. Yeah. So I learned a lot there. We actually had a donkey there too.
Okay.
It was named Little Jack. It was from the movies where the special forces were moving on donkeys. They left one at the camp.
Okay.
So we took it on as a mascot. Him and I weren't on the best of terms, but especially when he neighed at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
I suspect there's no donkeys on the farm.
Yeah, there's no donkeys. I have goats. Goats are a little cuter now.
Very good.
And then in Iraq, I served with a lot of special forces units, providing logistics support just throughout the whole area in different means and ways.
And then you ended your career in the United States Army. Working in the Pentagon.
Yes.
Logistics in the Pentagon, I believe.
Yes.
Completely different experience than being in a war zone.
Yeah, no, it's. I don't know if it's different than a war zone. Sometimes it can be the same, but it's very much a high op tempo. And I think that's some of the reason why I do so much. Like my wife tells me, it's because I'm used to that tempo in the Pentagon, where you do a 15-hour day in 8 hours and then do more, and then turn off and turn back on the next day. Much like farming, you try to do as much as you can during a certain time frame there. And I was there during January 6th and COVID and all the other recent events.
So you are the inaugural recipient of the Veteran Farmer of Excellence Award. Presented by Farm Bureau and sponsored by the Farm Credit Council. Along with that distinction comes a $10,000 prize. What's next?
So I'm going to pay off my farm credit loan. So a little story about that with farm credit is, so I have a nonprofit and I didn't know that they were reimbursable grants. So I needed an operational loan, and the only people that understood it was literally Farm Credit. I did about 3 or 4 banks I talked to, and they're like, that's really weird. We don't, but they understood. So I was really appreciative of Farm Credit.
And to be fair, we found that out after we chose Colonel Ricker as the recipient.
I told you that story afterwards. So with that, I've also gotten a lot of opportunities because of the recognition. The Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs picked us their nonprofit partner of the year. So we'll probably get about $25,000 or $30,000 from that, and we're going to give that back to veterans. You know, they do their business planning, need it for either adaptive things or need it on their farm. So we're going to give that back to the veterans in Indiana.
That's great. And for any members or veterans or state farm bureaus who are interested in learning more specifically about your nonprofits, where can they go?
So addiesorchard.org is one of them, and then there is veteransinfarming.com, VETSIN farming.com, and I think I sit at the table after this, and I'm more than happy to talk to anybody or give them a business card, and I'm more than happy. My goal is to see more of it, and I think that's everybody's goal here, is just see more of it, because there's a lot of value to it.
And Ann, Farm Bureau certainly thanks Farm Credit Council for your commitment and support of this inaugural award and moving forward. You know, as you all look at, you know, the future of agriculture and further integrating veterans, the military, and farming, I'm sure that you will be interested in continuing this award and supporting, you know, fine folks like Joe moving forward.
Absolutely. We appreciate the partnership and this unique opportunity to continue showing our commitment to rural America in this really special way.
Well, thank you both. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking and congratulating Colonel Joe Ricker, United States Army, retired, and for his commitment of selfless service, working with our brothers and sisters in arms, helping them figure out how it is to get into agriculture and deal with some of the demons that our returning military veterans have inside their minds. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Colonel Joe Ricker.
Thank you.
I'm Shelby Hagenauer. I'm part of the public policy team here at the American Farm Bureau, and I have the pleasure of working on natural resources issues, which includes the Endangered Species Act. And so I'm really pleased that the Fish and Wildlife Service accepted our invitation to come and visit with us to talk about the monarch butterfly. I don't know if y'all have heard, but the Fish and Wildlife Service has proposed to list the monarch butterfly under the Endangered Species Act. They were sued by some environmental groups to make a decision on the listing, and they made this proposal in December. So I appreciate the Fish and Wildlife Service that Chuck's willing to come here and visit with us and explain to us sort of what the process is and where we are. And to give you a little bit of information about Chuck, he's from Minnesota. He was born and raised, divided his time between the suburbs and farm, which is great. So he understands our community and our values. He was in the service. We just had our Veteran Farmer Award of Excellence. So here's another Army vet for you to learn from. He joined the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 1997, and so has worked his way up, and he is the Deputy Regional Director for the Midwest region. The Midwest region has taken the lead on this listing. And so Chuck, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I should mention also that Kristen Lund, who's the Monarch Coordinator, she's in the back, and Ami Irizarry, who's the Agricultural Partnerships Lead for the Fish and Wildlife Service's Center for Pollinator Conservation is also here. They want to hear from you, so feel free to follow these guys around and talk about the monarch butterfly. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chuck Traxler. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Midwest region. And sorry, I'm looking a little bit relaxed here. When I left Minnesota the other day, it was 12 below zero and no humidity, and walked over here this morning and started sweating like crazy. So I untucked my shirt and took off my jacket. I hope you forgive me for that. So I'm part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As you can see, we are a bureaucracy, among many other things that we do in addition to the Endangered Species Act, which I'm going to talk about a little bit. We manage 557 national wildlife refuges, over 100 million acres of public land. We manage natural fish hatcheries. We put over 100 million fish into lakes and streams in the U.S. every year. We also manage international migratory hunting and fishing. So one of the things we also do, of course, is the Endangered Species Act. So I was asked to come here and talk to the American Farm Bureau Federation and try and get them interested and excited about conserving a bug and a weed. So I'm sure I'll have no problems doing that, but this is actually a pretty exciting bug and weed, and something that I really hope y'all do pay attention to, because as you've heard, the Endangered Species Act can have impacts on private landowners. And what we really want to do, and I'll explain in a little bit as we go forward, make sure this is a different way of implementing the Endangered Species Act. This is such a different critter than anything else we've ever listed. It's across most of the U.S. It uses all kinds of different habitat. So we're not going to be able to regulate our way out of this thing. We're focused on voluntary, incentive-based techniques to try and help us conserve the monarch. So first thing, we listed this as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. I'm not going to go into a lot of ESA details, but threatened is a step below endangered, so we have a lot more flexibilities in what we can and can't do and what we do or don't have to regulate. But bottom line is, there's two populations of monarchs, an eastern and a western. The eastern population, which is the largest, has seen an 80% decline. The western population, which is much smaller, has seen over 90% decline. So there is no doubt that monarchs are significantly declining. And I can just tell you personally, I can just see it when I'm out on my farm. I just don't see them like I used to anymore. I don't see them in the hood of my truck anymore. There's just a whole lot less. The two biggest threats are loss of habitat and pesticides. One interesting thing about monarch is the only plant it will lay its eggs on is milkweed. There's a variety of different milkweeds, but that's the only plant it will lay its eggs on. The only plants that those eggs grow on turn into a pupa and then emerge as a adult monarch. So no milkweed, no monarchs. Amazing little critters here. I'm going to start in the fall in northern parts of the U.S., southern parts of Canada, sometime around August, September. Monarchs are born and they fly 2,000 to 3,000 miles to central Mexico, all the way down. Little critter weighs less than a paper clip. Can fly over 100 miles a day if the weather's good. They then spend their winters in OML fir forests in central Mexico. They'll stay there 6 to 8 months, and then they'll start their way back. And here's where it gets even weirder. When they start their way back, it's multi-generational. So these monarchs have been sitting in Mexico for 6 to 8 months. They start heading north. When they find some milkweed, they'll lay eggs and they'll die. That generation will keep heading north. It'll live for 2 to 6 weeks, lay eggs and die. This will happen 3 or 4 times throughout the summer until you've got that super generation back up again that sometime in August, September is born and starts heading back south. Those ones live 5, 6 months, travel 3,000 miles. They return to the exact same place that their great grandparents were born. And they do that every year. Pretty amazing. The most important thing, again, I want to remind you, the only plant that they lay eggs on is milkweed. Okay, so this is kind of what they look like when they're hanging out in Mexico. The interesting thing about this is there's so many of them, we don't count them. We go by how much land they take. And of course in Mexico they do it in hectares. I made it acres. It's about 15 acres of OML fir forest in Mexico that the entire overwintering western population of monarchs lives. 15 acres. And I did some rough math. This isn't exactly. I think it's probably about 2,500 pounds of monarch mass, the entire population, which is maybe 2 or 3 of those Texas Longhorns over there I just got my picture with. That's the entire population of monarch butterflies. These are the guys that are going to start heading north again and complete the circle. Just fascinating. Again, I'm not a bug guy. Really never thought I'd be here talking about bugs and weeds, but it's just fascinating. How I got started in this, about 8 years ago, I have a small farm in southern Minnesota. I'm watching my time here. It's all in CRP now. So I was doing my annual maintenance because it kind of turned in woody. And I'm sitting on my tractor, mowing stuff down, seeing monarchs kind of paired up, flying around all over the place. I'm like, I'm sure I'd seen them before, but I knew I had a briefing coming up the following week about monarchs, so I was maybe paying a little more attention. Where I live, you can do it after August 15th, so it's probably a couple days after August 15th. Mowed it all down like I'm supposed to, trying to control woody veg, seeing milkweed and monarchs all over the place. Next day, I go into the office and get this briefing and find out that that's like the absolute worst time for me to be doing that, because that's the super generation that was mating, hadn't even been laid on an egg yet. So I kind of went, for me, it's pretty simple. I can delay my mowing. It's not easy for everybody else. But there are some best management practices we can maybe learn about from you all. Make sure you understand how the timing of some of these things can really impact entire species, and work together to see if there's something we can figure it out. First thing I want you to know, what does this mean for you? Absolutely nothing. This is a proposal. There's no regulation behind it whatsoever. We go through a process, and I'll explain that in a little bit, but right now in our draft, so first of all, this is a draft proposal, open comment period, so I can talk about anything, you can talk about anything. Doesn't mean it's going to be a decision, a final decision, but we need to hear from you. And I want to give a big shout out to Farm Bureau. We've been talking for a while, and they've been incredibly helpful. Soybean growers, corn growers, Bayer. We've really been working with a lot of ag companies to try and make sure we understand the implications of what we might do, and learning from you. The first thing I want to say is that you've got some great pollinator habitat. Please don't cut it down. please don't cut it down. We are not going to come after you if you have great, habitat that you've decided you want to put out there. That's what we need. We need more of it. A memory of mine from the 80s, I call it the Eagle Rule. In southern Minnesota, there's these big windrows of beautiful old trees. And when the bald eagles started coming back, they'd build an eagle or they'd build a nest in one of these trees because it was perfect. As soon as that happened, every other big old tree around it got cut down real fast because of the fear that I've got an endangered species on my property. This isn't going to be good. And I'm not saying that was right or wrong. It is what it is. I'm just saying we've learned a lot from that, and we want to do it very differently this time. So again, open comment period. We want to hear your ideas, see what folks think. We're actually sitting down with Farm Bureau tomorrow to have a conversation with them and are continue to do that. All right, so what can you do? This is my CRP. Once I learned about how important it was, I had CRP for like 20 years. It was a lot of grass, a lot of woody vegetation. I wanted to do what's called CP 42, Conservation Practice 42, which is the USDA program, focused specifically on pollinators and monarchs. Wasn't available for me at the time in my county for whatever reason. I was able to find a decent mix that is going to be a lot better than the grasses that I had. One of the things we are talking with the USDA quite a bit, and there's a concept I'm going to bring up in a minute, but is there a way we can enhance the nectar producing and milkweed plants in our USDA conservation mixes or other conservation mixes? It doesn't take a lot. Milkweed, they're a weed. They grow pretty easy. It's really not that hard. You take a disc like that and you throw some seeds, probably going to get some growing. One of the challenges is, a couple challenges that we need information on and want to talk through. Some counties still consider milkweed a noxious weed. There's also a long time belief in certain parts of the country that if there's any milkweed in your pasture, it's going to be detrimental to your livestock. We need to take a look and understand these things a little bit better. If any place that we can add milkweed that it isn't going to be detrimental, we want to look at it and try and make sure it can get added and make sure it's there when the monarchs need it. Another big challenge is rights of way haying and mowing. I know where I'm from, that's a huge deal, but it's something we should talk about and see if there isn't a way that we can perhaps time that so maybe it's a little less impactful on monarchs and pollinators. So what's the Fish and Wildlife Service doing? We want to learn from you. I mean, you all grow stuff. That's what you're experts at. And we need to learn how to get a lot more milkweed and a lot more nectar producing plants on the ground. Working with Bayer and Field View, we've been using some of the precision agricultural techniques that you all have embraced and started to use. Is there a way we can turn that into precision conservation so that we can inventory the milkweed and the nectar producing plants that we have on the ground and be able to see ultimately if there is a way that with all of the land that's not in production right now, if we can maximize the milkweed and nectar producing plants to provide benefits to monarchs and other pollinators, we don't need to worry about what's going on in the production lands. That's really a big part of what we're trying to do and trying to understand. Lands that are in production should stay in production. Pesticides and herbicides should stay on the field, but we need to enhance milkweed and pollinator plants out of those fields so we don't have to worry about what's going on in the fields. All right, so what the Fish and Wildlife Service doing is we are trying to get people to plant milkweed. Now this is I don't know if you can see the map up on there, but the green is public land, federal public land. You can see the vast majority of the United States is private land. But there is a lot of public land, county land, city land, state land, that if we can really enhance the habitat on those lands, again, we don't need to pay any attention to what's going on in the farm fields or rangelands. Working really closely with ag groups, state and federal natural resource agencies, NGOs, and of course working with a lot of private landowners who want to do this voluntarily. Again, it's voluntary, incentive-based, and isn't going to be something that is going to cause you problems later. This is real quick, what's going on with the ESA. I didn't want to get into a real long discussion about this, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. So we proposed the Monarch in December of 2024. The public comment period is open now. It goes until March 12th of this year. Throughout this whole comment period, we're working with all kinds of organizations across the spectrum to try and get the information that we can. We are bounded by a court order to propose a final decision on December of 2025. There's a little asterisk there because there are a couple things that can happen that would change that. A variety of different things could happen, but right now we are under a court order to do that, but know that it could change. A big part of this is pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, which are not regulated by the ESA. They're regulated by the Environmental Protection Agency through FIFRA, which is another law. But we're working very closely with them and trying to sync up any kind of regulation that might impact pesticides and herbicides. So it's synced up with the Monarch ESA, so appliers know what to do. I mean, we do not want to make this complicated. We want to make it as simple as possible for you all to know what you can do, where you can do it, when you can do it, so you can produce the food that feeds the world. I mean, it's as simple as that. Absolutely nothing will be regulated at all until sometime in 2026. And that's, in my opinion, actually even pretty unlikely. So we have time to listen to each other and talk to each other, think about ways to make sure this lands as a beneficial way to use the ESA to protect important species, but make sure that ag producers and others can still do the work that they need to do. It was really great to have the colonel up here before me. I was at a DoD conference. They're really interested in monarchs. Their main intent is they want to make sure that their installations, they can do all the training and blow up the stuff and do everything they need to do to keep us safe, to keep our country safe. And we're able to work through it with them on that. But a colonel at the time there said, hey, we really think of this as part of national security. Yes, we need to be able to train our troops, test our equipment, project them where they need to go, but they need a homeland that's worth fighting for, with clean air, clean water, good jobs, things that make them want to protect our country, and making sure that we have monarchs and other pollinators is a piece of that. I was a little kid in elementary school when I first learned about monarchs. They brought it in the classroom and raised it up on a milkweed, and it turned into a larva, and it turned into a butterfly and flew away. I want to make sure my grandkids can do that. I just like seeing them around, and it's an indicator of so many other things. If we can get ahead of this and save the monarch, it's going to be a huge step, and we have to do it together. All right, so I'm going to have a couple minutes for questions, but I just want to say a big thank you. Plant milkweed and nectar producing plants, please, please, please keep any pollinator habitat on the ground that you already have. You will not be penalized for it. We are not going to come in and say, you've got a monarch here, you're in trouble. We're going to do the exact opposite. We're going to be, hey, you've got a monarch here, awesome. How do we get more? What can we do to help you? Keep pesticides on the field. Let's see if there's ways we can make public lands more productive. Again, so we can stay away from the private and the production lands. And there's a lot of local support out there, a lot of local support through USDA, through Farm Bureau folks, through a whole host of entities and organizations that are really focusing in using the Monarch kind of as the what's grabbing attention, but everything underneath, helping out a monarch, helps out pheasants, helps out quail, helps out water, helps out a whole bunch of things. But if we can keep the monarch on the landscape, that's a huge victory for all of us. So with that, I think I have 5 minutes for questions, if there's any.
Yes, sir. J.B. Brown, South Mississippi. We're about 30 miles north of the Gulf of Mexico. My wife loves those butterflies. She researched, found a lot of plants we could plant. Milkweed was one of the few. There's a lot of list of plants to plant, and we did. I got the Greenpoint Ag to order the seed. We probably got 20 to 30 acres of it planted in reserve for. My big question, you made a comment, I'm hard of hearing, maybe I misunderstood you, that the majority of those butterflies are wintering in Mexico on about 15 acres. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Now, how much control do you have? Like our migratory birds that migrate to Mexico and they're shooting lead shot, no limit whatever, is the same. Do we have any control in what type of plants are on that 15 acres? I'm not wasting my time in Mississippi to do that. It may be over a question that can't be answered.
Yeah, so it's primarily Oyamel fir are the plants that the trees that they nest on, but more importantly, it's kind of up in the mountains, and it's a very specific microclimate. So the temp is right, the humidity is right, and that's why they just automatically go back there, because it's like, hey, this is home, this feels good. So it's unfortunately for the overwintering. It's the plant, yes, is important, but the climate is probably more so. And we're working as close as we can with the Mexican government. There's a lot of agencies down there really trying to protect that preserve. But the ESA has no authority in Mexico.
Second question. You mentioned milkweed specifically. But I don't have the figures in front of me, but there was 5, maybe 7 or 8 different plants they recommended to plant. And they weren't cheap. Did we waste our money on the others?
Yeah, so they need milkweed specifically to lay their egg and then grow into the pupae and then hatch. Once they're adults, they need all kinds of different plants, nectar-producing plants to eat. So yes, without the milk, we can't just go plant acres of milkweed. That's not going to do it. But we need milkweed, but we need others as well.
She did her homework well.
She did. She did a good job. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Karen Bilo, Mundelein, Illinois. It seems like farmers always get the rep for using all of the pesticides. But what's being done with the lawn companies that do the services for all these subdivisions and, that come out to people's houses?
We're giving that a lot of thought, and we'd love to hear more from others during this comment period. So you're right, but you keep in mind that you see the monarch everywhere. I mean, they're 12 feet up on the Chicago skyline. They're on roofs in Chicago. They're all over the place. So what we're trying to do is make sure that there is enough good habitat away from ag fields, away from golf courses. They're still going to go to golf courses, and you still want them in your backyard. But right now, we don't believe that putting some kind of heavy regulation is going to incentivize folks to want to put in the plants to get the monarchs there. So yes, it's definitely a threat. But we think we're hopeful that that's offset by work elsewhere. That it? All right. Thanks, everyone. Plant some milkweed. And thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for being so kind and generous and paying attention to a bureaucrat talking about a bug and a weed. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us. We know it's been a long day, and we appreciate you joining us for this afternoon's session here this afternoon. And what we're talking about today is partnership. So the panel here today is driving forward together a conversation with Farm Bureau's peers. My name's Joby Young. I'm Executive Vice President at the American Farm Bureau Federation. And I have two folks here joining me today that I work with all the time in Washington, D.C. and across the country. And I know that for our Farm Bureau members at home, many of you are members of your commodity organizations and do great work there. Oftentimes we see at the local level folks, they may be a leader in Farm Bureau and they'll go to another organization in their industry and they'll have a leadership journey that involves positions there at the local level. But an exciting thing for all of us, I think, is that we work together at the national level. So I'm going to just quickly allow my two friends here to introduce themselves. Neil and Brian are joining me from the National Corn Growers and the National Pork Producers Council. They're both CEOs of those organizations. And maybe Neil, first, you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey, and then also maybe a little bit about the corn growers too. I know we have a lot of folks that know about it, but
Sure.
a little more.
Yeah, thanks, Joby, for the invitation to be here. Again, I'm Neil Caskey. I am the CEO at the National Corn Growers Association. I've been on this job for just about a couple years, and I'll have to say that it was an honor. I love seeing the title. You know, if personally and corporately as NCGA, you know, to be described as a peer of an organization like American Farm Bureau Federation is pretty cool. And so delighted to be here this afternoon. I will say I'm also a Kansas City Chiefs fan, so if if I look a little anxious, it's everything to do with this panel and not the game. But looking forward to are there any Buffalo fans? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I saw some hats floating around out here on the trade.
But I am happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to this conversation, and I'm looking forward to a Chiefs win later this evening.
Brian.
Well, now I understand why we had to get our Uber ride earlier to get you into the. I got you now, yeah. So Brian Humphreys with the National Pork Producers Council, and you talk about a couple of years. I think we all started within a few months of each other, if I remember right. So, but also glad to be here, and not just talking about the partnership with the National Pork Producers Council and Farm Bureau and Corn and the rest of. I see Alex here from Crop Life and others.
Yeah.
But also across the board, I see some friends from Arizona Farm Bureau that we work closely with, North Carolina, Ohio Farm Bureau, and all of our state associations at all levels work closely together. And so excited to get into some of that as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, in the Farm Bureau world, we talk all the time about this great project we work on together as members across the country. And we're working at the local, the state, and the national level. We're advocates with policymakers in state houses and county commissioners meetings. Of course, at the U.S. Capitol, the White House, administrative agencies. But we also have an advocacy project together at any one time that's just our friends and neighbors and our communities and the greater public at large. And so we're working on those things, of course. And a lot of it's a dynamic time. You mentioned that the three of us sort of started in our current roles, and you know, we're all a couple of years in, 2.5 for me. Y'all are somewhat similar. And so it's been a really interesting time, a time of transition. Of course, a new administration and a lot going on. So I'd be interested in this time of transition that we're in, what you guys see as some of the common things we're working on together in D.C. What are the issues in front of us you think that we're all going to be facing together? Maybe, Brian, your thoughts first.
Yeah, and I think having heard your discussions around today and tomorrow and the rest of the week, I think we can all talk about trade, we can all talk about immigration and other things. Those are some big ticket items that we're all going to have to work collaboratively on as agriculture. But if we take a step back and look over the next 5 to 10 years, I think we have a couple of other challenges worth acknowledging here, and that goes to activist pressures. Pork industry has seen ballot measures used to attack us. We've seen corporate shareholder resolutions used to attack us. And and we've seen litigation. And talking about the partnership, all of our organizations have been involved together collaboratively in some mix of those, whether it's ballot measures in Denver or Sonoma County, which Farm Bureau led the way on, or even litigation around EPA permitting and things like that Farm Bureau took the lead on, and we partnered up with, to things like Waters the U.S. that we've all been engaged on. So as I look out over the horizon, I think the idea of us working collaboratively together on these issues is going to be even more important as these challenges that face us and are coming at us become more complex and more interwoven across more than just D.C. and more than just state capitals. And that's where this partnership of all of us working together and collaboratively, and conversations just like this come into play. So.
Yeah. Neil, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, echo a lot of the comments that Brian shared. I guess I'll just add a few more. I mean, kind of zooming out from just the agricultural economy, and we know the situation there. But Brian and I, we were talking backstage, is that we've got this just deficit that is indescribable, and so I think they're looking at having to pay $1 trillion U.S. tax dollars, 1 trillion with a T. Which is just, I can't even wrap my brain around that, to service the debt in 2025 alone. And so when you just think about that, and then the implications for everything from Farm Bill to anything that costs 1 penny in Washington D.C. is going to require all of us just to kind of to work together and figure that out. I will say on the in the biofuel space as well. This is an area where we've worked closely with Farm Bureau, trying to secure passage of year-round E15, access to 15% blends of ethanol year-round. President Trump gave that to us back in 2019. The courts took it away shortly thereafter, and we've been fighting for it ever since. And I think that's a prime example of that partnership where you have corn and Farm Bureau, fighting on behalf of America's corn farmers. More recently, the previous administration, certainly had a preference for the electrification of everything, and pushed some EV mandates in the form of a multi-pollutant rule from EPA and CAFE standards through NHTSA, and we've been partnering with Farm Bureau and the American Petroleum Institute, which historically hasn't always worked closely with agriculture, and so it's nice to kind of get past the biofuel fights of the past and really focus on liquid fuels future. And so we've been working with Farm Bureau to challenge those mandates in court, and really encouraged by what we've heard from the president so far to repeal those. That would be helpful. We're still going to have to push forward in court, but a lot of things that are obviously in front of us. We're in January 2025, and we know that we've got a lot of problems to solve, and it's going to require partnership to get it all done.
Yeah, and speaking of that partnership, and you mentioned there are folks that issue-wise you may have been on opposite sides of in the past, and now working more closely together on certain issues. I hear the legends of the days past when commodity organizations were not as closely partnered, or might have a little bit more rivalry over members or priority or who's getting the credit and those sorts of things. And I feel pretty fortunate that during the time I've been in leadership at American Farm Bureau, that I feel like we have pretty good partnership. We, the three of us and so many other groups, as I think as you mentioned, Brian, that Alex down here in the front row with CropLife, there's a number of groups in ag, and we work together really closely. We're always trying to find those areas where we can put all of our names behind an issue. We can coordinate with each other. We can communicate to our members when there's a priority around something, and that's really important. I'd be interested in, and Brian, you talked a little about some of the things we've worked on in the past. Of course, those are lobbying efforts and public relations efforts. Sometimes they're legal efforts, other things. But what would be a real shining example of that? It doesn't have to be with Farm Bureau, but of course, we work on things all the time. What would be something you think would stand out?
Well, yeah, and I'll just go ahead and throw it out because I see some folks here from Ohio, but the Ohio Lake Erie TMDL situation, and not only the education and the research there, but an understanding of that issue and the impact that it could have, and your all's work in the Chesapeake Bay to understand that issue and engage, and it goes, again, to everything we've worked on. Remiss if I didn't remiss if I didn't also mention Sonoma County, where Sonoma County Farm Bureau led the effort there, and we and a bunch of state pork associations and grain groups and farm bureaus jumped in to help again protect American agriculture. And to your point, I'm not sure pork was lead on any of those. So let me come back to you on the one where we led, but we're all part of the same team here, and that's.
Oh no, you guys are leading all the time on important things, and just a great team there that you have, that you lead, that and members across the country. We work with many Farm Bureau members too. So of course, yeah.
Yep.
Neil, anything that jumps to mind for you that you think you would hold out as like a really great example of our partnership, or something that we're working on now, we're hoping to achieve on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a big tax bill that's obviously just weeks and months away, and thankfully all of agriculture is aligned on the needs of the American farmer, and I mean, it makes our job on Capitol Hill so much easier when we're all asking for the same thing at the same time. I think that's beyond the obvious example of the Farm Bill. I mean, I think that extending the president's tax bill is a prime example of that partnership.
Yeah. And something I talk about all the time, and why I think this partnership aspect and this sort of unified aspect is so important, is that farmers and ranchers make up 2% of the population in this country. The folks that are getting up every morning and going to do work, and the practitioners of agriculture that way. If you scoop up everybody else that works around actual farming and ranching, that's the folks that are supplying us and lending to us and all those sorts of things, that's about 4%.
Yep.
So we have to, that 4% has to go out and tell the story of farm and ranching, of agriculture, of rural communities to the rest of that 96%. And so it's very important that we're all working together and we're aligned where we can be. Of course, we're going to have our policy process here in a couple days, and that's going to have one set of marching orders that we at AFBF take forward, and y'all are going to have different ones from time to time, in terms of nothing else, just in terms of priority, but looking for those things is really important.
I've got to jump in, Joby. We just sat here and we've been on stage for almost 20 minutes and we haven't mentioned Farm Bill. So I feel like I've got to mention Farm Bill, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I go back to that because our number one issue right now continues to be a solution for Proposition 12, of which American Farm Bureau and the state farm bureaus have been terrific partners on and engaging on. And I use the Farm Bill as an example of the importance of all the ag organizations working collaboratively, because AFBF can't have 10 number one priorities. And so we're going to have to make sure that we're aligned as much as we can be. Sometimes we're going to agree and disagree, but it's about making sure that we're communicating where we agree and working together, and then when we disagree, making sure that at least communicating so that we're on the same. I don't mean to look at you when I say disagreeing, but when we navigate this, to make sure we're on the same page and everybody's talking together, right?
Yeah.
So but I think it's important to mention that effort because it impacts so many different parts of our industry as well.
Right. And you bring up Prop 12. You and I sat in Supreme Court chamber a couple of years ago and watched the oral arguments in the Prop 12 case that we were in together, and that didn't go the way we wanted it to. So another important part of partnership, I'd say, is taking times when things don't go where we are, regroup, figure out a path forward together, and that's what we're working on now. It remains a huge priority for Farm Bureau members across the country, and we're continuing to work on that.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to make sure that we do get a little bit of time, especially in the current environment we're in, and the heightened interest in food, obviously, and during COVID. We had a huge segment of the population get a lot more interested in their food, where it came from, production methods, what happens in the agricultural and the food supply chain. We've seen that heighten even more in the last couple months with a lot of discussion around the health of food and so forth. And so I want to get your thoughts on that. Of course, we talk all the time about how farmers and ranchers get up every single morning and their life's work is to provide healthy, available, affordable food to their friends and neighbors. And so we think that's a great discussion to have. We want to continue to do that, but that's important to talk to our friends and neighbors about those sorts of things. Of course, the lobbying and things that happen in the Capitol buildings gets a lot of the the headline, so to speak. But that's an important task we have to tell that story. Just on the other side of the fence, or in town as well. So, any thoughts about what that looks like now, and what we're going to have to work on together there?
Yeah, and I assumed telling your story was going to come up sometime during this conversation because it comes up, and I chuckle because every organization talks about telling the story. Every industry group inside of agriculture and outside of agriculture. In fact, I happen to know the American Trial Lawyer Association is meeting right now, and their theme of their trial lawyer conference is "Tell Your Story," right, for trial lawyers.
Wow.
And so we're not alone in this desire to tell the story and to educate folks. And I think it's a struggle, right, because the world is distracted. And let's be honest, what you all do in agriculture is complicated. To you, it may seem self-explanatory and easy, but to a single mom in New York City, it is incredibly complicated what you do every day on your farm. And so the goal here is to break through that noise a bit and tell your story. Absolutely. But let me take a step back and realize that every poll I have ever seen in the last 15 years says that farmers and ranchers are some of the most trusted people in the country.
Yeah.
Not trial lawyers, they're at the bottom. So for you attorneys in the room, I do apologize, but agriculture is at the top. And so I think maybe it's telling your story, but maybe it's more connecting on the emotional level with the consumers out there about who you are as individuals is perhaps more important than simply telling your story. It's about making sure that you have areas where they know they can continue to trust you. We are all parents, we are all kids, we are all grandparents, we're all in this together. And so maybe it's telling your story, maybe it's finding an emotional connection so that they continue to have that level of trust. So when you do say something about American agriculture, they continue to have that trust and belief in you that they should have in you.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, we're blessed that, state the obvious, we all love food, right? I mean, that's a good thing, and I think it's an even better thing that people want to know more about how it's produced, and I think that that's a tremendous opportunity for all of us. I just got back from a meeting with our corn board in Nashville, and it's, we're about 2 weeks away from Super Bowl when the Chiefs are going to win their third straight Super Bowl. Nothing. I'm still trying. And our farmers always want to know, like, what's that ad going to be? How are we going to educate the public? And I always, I kind of had to pause. It's like, hey, like, no one wants to be educated, right? I mean, like, that's, no one wants, and so it's like, hey, dial back and let's think about, trying to connect at an emotional level with needs that they have. It was interesting. I was sitting back where Jerry is, right over there earlier, when a family, I guess, that's very active in social media and has a pretty interesting outreach program, and they're just welcoming people into their lives. I mean, they're not trying to hit them over the head with messages about GMOs or vaccines or anything else. I mean, they're just letting them see that hey, we're normal folks that are working normal jobs, with wrestling with normal problems, and if you got questions about how we're growing and producing this, let us know. We'll do our best to answer, and if we don't know the answer, we'll point you to who they are. And so but we had that conversation. It's like, we don't have to attack people and educate them. I think it's just try to connect with them and help supply, what they're kind of seeking to learn about the food that they eat. It's a genuine interest, and I think it's a tremendous opportunity for all of us to fill it.
Sure. And I'm sure you guys have seen, you've been made your way around the trade show, and I know you were at the general session earlier, and so you're aware that we're concluding here at American Farm Bureau what President Duval called the Year of the County Farm Bureau President. Our theme here, Step Up and Drive Forward, and that's all around empowering our local leaders that are in 2,800 counties across this country, and really the bedrock of our organization. Something I think is really cool about working for Farm Bureau is that we have these, I consider our state members the 50 test kitchens, so to speak, for great methods of advocacy and membership growth and other things. Of course, 2,800, we're seeing so many cool examples of 2,800 test kitchens across the country in our counties. If you walk down here in the middle of the trade show, you'll see our county awards of excellence, and they're showcasing some of the great work they've done. And so that's a really cool aspect, I think. And I know we borrow from each other too in our different organizations as well. And so I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts about just really great organizational leadership or advocacy best practices that you've seen, maybe from another ag trade association, or maybe within your own networks, within, you mentioned the great state organizations you have, Brian, and so many good corn groups in the different states where you guys are strong, Neil. I'm just curious if you have anything there that you'd like to share, because as I mentioned, a big part of this convention here is to share those best practices and help each other grow and get better as we go along.
I'll take a stab at. Many of our states have, I guess, if they call them iLead if you're in Illinois or in Iowa, and just basic leadership development programs that that take volunteers that raise their hand and say, yeah, I want to contribute more to my profession. I want to do something and lead my organization, and I think that they really run incredible programs that build up leaders. They put them in situations and in scenarios where they have to solve problems, that obviously, whether it's related to their business or in the policy world, and they bubble them up to the national level. And so, I think that we operate in a similar federated model, and so our leaders emerge from the states. And so, most of our states have leadership development programs that are designed at producing advocates that know how to get the job done out in Washington, D.C., and they work.
Yeah. Yeah, and at NPPC we'll call it collaborastealing, where we'll collaborate and steal your ideas from other groups. We're not too proud for that.
I like
because
that.
We're a small industry, as you alluded to, and nobody has a lock on the great ideas, and we should be willing to share. And so as I look at that, and you mentioned the leadership development, I think that is absolutely correct. The other one is to speak of advocacy, since we run advocacy organizations. You have states who have done a tremendous job at helping local leaders develop relationships, not only in their states, but at the federal level. And when an issue arises in DC, and some of us were just talking about the Colombian issue, sometimes you need a member's cell phone number. Sometimes you need somebody in the administration's cell phone number, and it doesn't need to be staff. And so the state organizations, regardless of commodity, that have helped to develop those relationships and help those members develop those partnerships with elected officials have done volumes for all of American agriculture. And so as I look around, and I can see a number of folks in this room right here that have come up through either corn or pork or farm bureaus that have gotten involved in DC and gotten involved in their state capitals and have the phone numbers of either chiefs of staff or members of Congress because they've developed relationships and have helped to educate those folks on what it means being involved in agriculture. And so as folks are looking for ideas, building those relationships and growing that is what has made American agriculture successful. And I would encourage any of the groups out there to continue to build on that, along with the leadership development component.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys taking a few minutes traveling to San Antonio to be with these members. I tell people all the time that these are the best, most capable, most talented advocates across any industry in the U.S. And I really enjoy working with them. A big part of this convention is to come together, learn from each other. I appreciate you guys sharing your thoughts and insights with our members and making that trek. I was going to ask a final question about football picks. Neil, you've already shared yours. So I don't know, Brian, you got any predictions here?
I'd like to stay out of this one if you don't mind. This is I'll just defer.
Well, I don't have a home state team right now, but I ride with the Philadelphia Eagles right now because they have 6 Georgia Bulldogs that play on the defense. So that's pretty exciting for me. And so we'll see what happens if any Bills fans are out here and they want to come up to Neil later and make a bet. Maybe we can put some stakes on this. So maybe you can you have some corn products you might owe somebody if your prediction turns out wrong.
Corn pen, how about that? Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Will y'all join me in giving them a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready. Okay. Hi, everybody. We all set? Great. Hi, my name is Dale Arnold. I'm Director of Energy, Utility, and Local Government Policy with the Ohio Farm Bureau. I'm going to be with you for a few minutes. I'm going to tell you this. This is the start of a conversation, which means this. When we're done with this presentation, you're probably going to have more questions than answers. And I don't want you to drink from a fire hose. My presentation has a lot of stuff in it. If you need a copy of that, this is me. Write down my name, my email address, my phone number. Give me a call, send me an email. I'll send you a copy of this presentation. And if we need to talk more, let's do that. Let's continue this conversation. A lot of things are happening in energy development. I need to tell you this. Congratulations, welcome aboard. I'm glad you're here because farmers are finding out they are very much involved in the front lines of energy development. We're going to be talking a lot about solar here in a few minutes, but I want you to think also about this. A number of energy-related development projects are going on all over the United States. Oil and gas, pipelines, transmission line capacity through MISO for a lot of our friends basically in the Plain States. You're seeing a lot with regard to wind, solar, biomass. We're talking about fuel cell development. You're seeing a lot of things with regard to carbon sequestration. You're seeing a lot of things with regard to hydrogen production. And I have members in Ohio who are going through 4 or 5 of those development projects all at the same time. What you learn working on your first energy development project, what you learn working with solar is going to help you and your community and your Farm Bureau extremely well when you see other energy development projects happening within a very short period of time, within a decade. Again, you guys are very much on the front lines. For instance, let me tell you this. Let's talk about local electricity. Now, I'm from Ohio, and that one map there, to make a long period short, is the PJM interconnection network. In Ohio, that's local electricity. PJM stands for Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland Interconnection Network, because that's where that network started in the 1920s, and it branched out from there. When we talk about power transmission and power generation, the PJM system is our independent service organization. It regulates, it manages, it delivers power generation to every type of electric utility, investor-owned, rural electric cooperative, municipal, within that 14-state network. That's local electricity. We're in Texas right now. I want you to take a look basically at those lights. Texas has its own independent service operator. It's called ERCOT. It basically stands for Energy Reliability Council of Texas. And I'm looking at my notes because I got this at 1 o'clock this afternoon. When you talk about energy development, when you talk about their sources for electricity, and I tell you this, a very nice gentleman I communicate with is Dr. Joshua Rhodes. He's at UT Austin, about 80 miles up the road. He's just done the analysis. Just last year, ERCOT, the state of Texas, through their system, local electricity, 34% of the electricity that Texans use come from wind and solar development. Another 44% comes from natural gas development. You're not going to find that infrastructure basically in someplace downtown. Where are you going to find it? Open, rural areas and fields. Those farmers are involved in energy development. They're talking about the balance. They're talking about a number of particular things there. That's what's going on. That's why you are on the front lines. The other things there, you see electric, natural gas, crude oil. Those are technical analysis charts. And you're saying, Dale, that looks a lot like corn, wheat, and beans.
And it is, because you're going to find out you know more about this industry than what they basically give you credit for. Energy developers are working in market source generation. They're selling electricity as a commodity on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and Chicago Board of Trade. Calls, puts, collars, futures, contracts, trade arbitration. That's how electric, natural gas, and crude oil have been traded for over a century. We do the same thing with corn, wheat, and beans. Calls, puts, collars, futures, contracts, trade arbitration, everything indexed to Chicago. And we've used that system for over a century. Those are the techniques. And I'm going to tell you this. Since this is market source generation, these plants, these systems are not being created in national security. They're being created for market source generation and delivery. Eminent domain provisions do not apply, which means your need and your opportunity and your responsibility to negotiate a number of things on how these are established in your communities and on your farms and in your neighborhoods is much more serious and much more open than what you basically might think. When a developer comes to see you, here's some questions to ask. Solar technology has been designed to be very transferable, very upgradable, wind the same way. That lease that you might sign, could it be used for a solar project? Or if a solar project or technology changes, can that contract, which might last decades, be used on your farm or in your community for a different type of technology? And what are the ramifications and different things? Eminent domain is right of access. Government has right of access across your property for pipelines, transmission lines, power generation assets. Remember, this is merchant function. In many, if not all states, merchant function, eminent domain provisions do not apply. Your ability and responsibility to negotiate is absolutely huge. Agent, land or field. Many of the people you first meet are a field agent. They're a subcontractor. They're hired by an energy development company or a utility service corporation to negotiate and put together a portfolio of leases and easements for them to use in the project. You have the right to talk to that person who owns the metal. You have a right to talk to who is going to be your business partner for a number of years. You have the right to talk to that utility services corporation or utility or whoever that is who's going to own that project. And you have the right to negotiate with them. Other things. What's going to go on here? What does this agreement talk about? Generation? Yes, that's creation of a commodity. That's creation of a flow of electrons. And also let me tell you this. When we're talking about that, you hear about green energy. It's just like number 2 yellow corn, guys. When you get it into the system, number 2 yellow corn is number 2 yellow corn, period. In electricity, an electron is an electron is an electron, period. There's no special attribute for it to be green. You get it into the system, it's going to be bought and sold in a merchant function. That's what's going on there. Transmission, God love you, I'm working with a lot of your friends basically through thank you very much. We're working with a lot of your friends in MISO who are taking a look at national interest transmission corridor issues. I started working with those in Ohio and PJM 20-some years ago. One thing you're going to have to understand, appreciate this too, is that you're going to have power generation assets creating that electricity. You need to get it from point A to point B. They're going to want to come across your property. You have the right, in many cases, even though those are under eminent domain, right of access gives them that. Everything else, how your soil is treated, how your water assets are managed, how everything on your interests are protected, how your community can benefit, is all still highly negotiable. And I also need to tell you this, when we're talking about these contracts, they are all individual contracts. There's no such thing as a group agreement. I'll talk about that in a minute, but I want you to also understand this. When someone is negotiating with you and they says, we can't do that because we're not doing it for anybody else, 2 words to remember in that conversation. Meeting over. You have the right to do a number of things. Storage and sequestration for energy is absolutely huge. You're going to see that complementing in different things with regard to wind and solar. Distribution. That's still under utility service law. Those are the wire codes. Those are the electric utilities, and those assets are under eminent domain. But you need to take a look at a number of things on those too. Size of a project, utility scale. In Ohio, regardless of the technology, if it's 50 megawatts in capacity or above, it's a utility scale project. Why is that important? The permitting is a judicial process. I want you to think about it as a court of law. It is evidence-based. A number of things go in front of administrative law judges with the power of a judge, and you have the right and the ability in many, many cases to file a motion to intervene to ensure that your interests are protected and you can be involved in those case proceedings. That's utility scale. Community scale is the next step down. They're smaller. Many states are looking at those because utility scale has a whole regulatory process there, but it stops at a threshold. In Ohio, it's 50 megawatts. There's some companies who want to go 49.9 and lower. In many cases, I have members in Ohio who are all being entertained to sign a lease for a community scale solar project. Is that legal? Yes, you can negotiate a lease agreement, but technically and legally, community scale solar projects do not exist because the enabling legislation doesn't exist. But you need to take a look at that too. On-site, many of you are using on-site power generation, wind, solar, a traditional gen set basically with diesel fuel, an insurance policy if you have a power failure. Many industries, many farmers are looking at that basically as an effective tool to help them control their energy costs. You'll have an effective agreement between you and your incumbent utility, an interconnection agreement. It'll spell out what are all the rights, responsibilities, and processing in that system for on-site individual use. Who's going to be involved with this? Where's the regulatory approach? In many cases, it's a mix. If you're talking about the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, transmission lines, anything having to do basically with transfers of power or assets across straight lines, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, will be involved in that process. They have local hearings, local siting meetings where Farm Bureau members, and I work with a lot of them, to get involved and testify in that process. Your State Commerce Commission, your Public Utilities Commission, your Power Siting Authority is that state agency that corresponds or facilitates all power siting issues and law at your state level. Many of them have different types of varying types of authority. You want to understand and appreciate what they're doing. Public utilities and local government, they could have part of this process too. Find out who are the decision makers before you sign. Legal agreements, a lease, energy related, occupation of ground, payment of fee based on sale of power generation or oil and gas. An easement, right of access for a pipeline or a power line to go across your property. Surface use, land agreement. If you're going to be talking about carbon sequestration, that's not mineral rights or mineral access. You're the landowner. They want to use pore spacing or geologic levels underneath your property for storage or sequestration. They have to work with you. That's called a surface agreement. Good neighbor agreements. If you're an adjoining farm, a landowner, a neighbor, and this project across the property line could impact you in some way, shape, or form, many companies do good neighbor agreements. And they also have to be carefully negotiated. We've been talking about those things. Let's talk about some other things too. When we talk about negotiating that lease or that easement, these are all between an individual farmer or landowner and the energy service company. Everything and anything is negotiable. Even though eminent domain could apply, that's right of access. Everything else depends on what you have. And there are a number of things you want to have in that individual easement agreement. Think of it as a work order. They will focus on, this is how much we're going to pay you in the settlement offer. Isn't that wonderful? Let's get an attorney and talk about this. There's a lot of other things. You want to talk to a competent land improvement contractor. Many of you basically know the folks from LICA, Land Improvement Contractors of America, because there's a state chapter, the guys who've done tiling and conservation, those things. I was the exec in Ohio, thank you again, for quite some time. Talk to a competent like a contractor. I want you to think of that agreement as a work order. Are all the other FERC and utility permits already approved? Are we talking about construction permits with your Department of Natural Resources, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, EPA, NDPES permits? Are those already approved for this project on my property? Construction times, dust control, noise abatement procedures for you and your neighbors, road use maintenance agreements with your county engineer for road traffic, ingress and egress, protections. Each of you, your basic farm is as unique as a fingerprint. You've made it that way. Looking at the soil characteristics, water management, subsurface drainage infrastructure, conservation practices. You got ground in CRP? That's going to be some interesting conversations. Other conservation easements. Those all have to be considered if you are changing the use of that land from agriculture to energy production. Fencing, step backs, farm equipment access during and post-construction all need to be carefully negotiated. If you're not allowed to use a farm field or a pasture, personal labor, transport, animal husbandry, feed purchasing because I can't use that ground because you're constructing on it, and I got 200 head of cattle or sheep, you're going to pay for what I have to do to make sure that operation goes on. Any special equipment that needs to be done. And also, to keep yourself out of court, you want to have a guaranteed conflict resolution procedures. If you have an argument or they don't do this just right and you got a problem, you're not going to spend years in court. You have a process already in that easement which tells you this is the process that we are going to follow, and at the end of that, things are going to be settled to both of our likings. Deeming when repair and remediation is complete. It's not a year, it's not 36 months, it's when you say so. And many of these conditions is this: if you're going for the right-of-way across the crop field and you got corn on both sides, this is not considered complete repair and remediation until the production level to the left and to the right, bushels per acre, are the same in the middle. If not, other remedies need to be done. We're right on time. Additional issues to consider. You're hearing a lot about agrivoltaics. I'm working with a lot of our friends and neighbors in the Piedmont and New England. They're saying this is a wonderful thing. How big are your projects? A utility scale project along the New England coast and in the Piedmont is measured in tens of acres. A utility scale project in Ohio and points further west are measured in hundreds and short thousands. What happens on a smaller project might not totally fit in your farming operation. What they might want you to do might not be an effective management strategy. A number of things need to be considered. Again, congratulations, welcome aboard. I'm really glad you're here because agriculture is finding out you are on the front lines and you have a seat when it comes to energy development. Developers are seeking open rural areas to accommodate generation, transmission, storage, and sequestration projects. We're on the front lines. Creation and development of projects that address environmental and safety concerns. When we talk about this, they might be on your property, but we know that watershed goes across property lines. And if a solar project goes in and cuts every field tile that feeds the network in the entire watershed, and you have tile blowouts with all your neighbors, is there an issue there? The answer is yes. Do they need to be involved in some of that discussion with development? Oh yes, those things happening too. Safety concerns, considering aesthetic needs. Many of us have a lot of folks who live along the county and township roads who have bought basically a 5-acre lot who have a house. They're concerned about what basically is going to be seen from the backyard. A lot of discussion there. You have a lot of rights with regard to development because you're using that, basically, that's your business. Yes, you need to talk to folks, and finding a particular balance with regard to those discussions is absolutely huge. Case in point, and I've still got some time. I had a phone call a couple years ago about a solar project in northwestern Ohio. And this gentleman got on the phone and I said, "Hello, my name's Dale Arnold, can I help you?" And he started out, "Farmland is God's gift and it needs to be protected." And he went on for 20 minutes straight about all of the processes and different things. And I sat there and I took a lot of notes. And he said, "You're not saying very much, Mr. Arnold." And I said, "I really appreciate talking with you. I belong to Farm Bureau. Our viewpoint on this is unique because we have members who are looking at these projects and how they benefit the community, and we have other members, soil, water, conservation, a number of things, impacts. We have members on both sides of this issue. When I walk into a meeting room, if I'm considered the devil incarnate and a guardian angel at the same time, I know I'm doing my job." This gentleman went on for 20 minutes about farmland as God's gift. And he said he owned 438 acres in this project area. I said, "That's great. What do you do? Are you in the animal husbandry? Are you in basically to corn, wheat, and bean production?" He says, "No. I'm a real estate developer. I have it out in 5-acre lots. We've already plotted where the streets are going to go and the utility infrastructure's in." That was interesting conversation, I tell you. I also need to tell you this, and Ty Higgins was sitting here a few minutes ago. Ty, you remember in July, you called me about 3:30 on a Friday afternoon and says, "I got this guy from New York, he wants to talk to you about how much ground is going into solar development." It's 3:45, give me 10 minutes. Matter of public record, Ohio Power Siting Board, our power siting authority, has a map and a spreadsheet on all utility scale solar projects approved in Ohio over 10 years. Adding it up at the bottom, it was 89,000 acres being dedicated to that type of energy development. Thank you again. USDA, National Agricultural Statistics Service for Ohio, on their bulletin in July of last year, 400,000 acres were switched from agriculture to another use within the last 12 months. When I showed that gentleman that, he said, "Holy smokes, this gives us a whole different attitude. Where did that go?" And I said, "I don't know, but here's the person at NAS you want to talk to." And I sent him both those as a matter of public record. That wasn't my data, that was public record. Solar's done this. Yes, we see a lot of acreage in the hundreds and thousands of acres going out at once, very quickly, and that can be frightening, and it is. That's another reason we need to be involved in the conversation. But we've also seen a lot of our friends and neighbors who have sold for housing, industrial, and commercial. I'm glad you're nodding your head, I must be doing okay. Where a little bit of a time has gone through that, and 10 years later you look and say, what in the name of God happened to all the farm ground? It all depends on the rate. A number of things are happening. And I told that guy from New York when he asked me about that, I said, yes, we need to be involved in power siting and land use planning for energy development. and read Mr. Patterson's articles from Ty Higgins on the Newsline that was published today. I'm glad he said what he did. He's listening to me. But I would also say this. We also need to be involved in housing, industrial, and commercial at the same time too. Again, congratulations, welcome aboard. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to energy development. I'd say this too, and I'll leave that there. Let's continue this conversation. I look forward to working with you. God bless you all, and I hope to see you again soon. Any questions? This is all clear as smoke, right? Okay. Well, thank you. Oh, we got a microphone here. Go ahead, buddy.
What do you know about at the end of the leases, the equipment, the solar panels, whatever that's left out there? Who's responsible for
Oh
that?
my gosh, I'm so glad. How much I was going to tell you I was going to pay you to ask that question? In Ohio, when a wind or solar energy development facility is decommissioned or retired, when they get their permit, the first thing that has to be financed is the decommissioning, which means they have to provide all the financial resources to put that ground back into agricultural production at the end of the service life of the project. It's part of the permit. How did it get there? Some crazy guy from the Farm Bureau and the legal staff of the Farm Bureau got it in. That's what you need to do and you need to think about. Why is that important? Because when you take a look at oil and gas production and other types of energy management over the 20th century, none of that was done very well. That's what you need to do. You say before you even break ground, this has to be done. And what's really nice is this. Every 5 years with our Power Siting Board, there is a judicial proceeding. Competent, independent engineers come in, analyze the projects, analyze the technology, and if that financial note, if that performance bond, if that legal obligation needs to be increased, it is. So this remains to be dynamic, which means at the end of 25 years, you have the finances there. Say if this project goes belly up and needs to be removed, same thing is there too. Now you know why, and that's part of the regulatory approach. And that was part of Farm Bureau advocacy to get it in. Good question, my friend. Sir, yeah, do we have a microphone for him?
We're in the process right now of negotiating a lease, and that performance bond has worried me. How safe is it putting? Because that was one of the first questions we asked.
Yes, I'm going to tell you this. One thing you want to do is this, and I've seen this in Ohio. The only entity that can exercise a performance bond is a government entity, which means this, my friend. Work with your county commissioners, your township trustees to hold and order that has to be activated if there's something there. Ohio Power Siting Board is a state regulatory authority of state government. That's where this is at, because they have the power and the ability basically to require a performance bond, hold a performance bond, and cash it in when it's needed. Work with your local government on that, my friend. Great question. Yes, sir.
This is a question related to what?
Okay, he's right over here.
This is a question related to what you just talked about.
Okay.
This is battery storage facilities.
Yes.
Could you elaborate the pros and cons a little about those?
Yes, because I'm involved in a number of those. We have 8 or 9 of those in Ohio. I've been involved in the power siting and negotiations for a number of them, the lease agreements. They're considered in Ohio power generation facilities or attached to power generation facilities by an amendment to the original permit. I tell folks this, these are the things you need to think about. These are the things you need to have in there, and we have a legal referral network who analyzes those contracts and works with our members. It's interesting, I saw the first project called Flint Storage in Central Ohio, permitted 3 years ago. Leases, easements, production figures change every 30 days. It's nice to have established a legal referral network that Farm Bureau uses because we analyze, take a look at those, discuss those, and they're constantly up to date to help our members take a look at this. You think this is new, and yes, it's going to be some boxes out there on 25 or 30 or 40 or 50 acres or more. No, there's a number of things. Ingress and egress of the service provider, fire and security protection, fencing, aesthetics, and what happens when it needs to be removed. As your friend said here, do you have a performance bond on it? New frontier, but we are taking a look at a number of things to help our members as that progresses. I'm glad you asked the question. Anything else? Yes, sir.
You mentioned Ohio Power Authority
yes.
will list 10 years of current projects?
All the projects. I tell you, solar hasn't really done any permitting. It started 10 to 12 years ago. Every utility scale solar project is in that list.
Does every state do that? Do you know that? That's really
I'm not sure because every state has its own regulatory approach. In Ohio, the Ohio Power Siting Board is our part of the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio that does all power siting regardless of technology. They've been in existence since 1963, and they're an umbrella organization. State, federal, regulatory that I talked about in the work order agreement is part of that. It's a judicial process. It's run as a court of law. It's evidence-based. It works that way. Also to local government, local farmers, landowners, community stakeholders have the right of intervention, have the right to have their own legal counsel, to be involved in those proceedings to address their issues. I help a lot of folks on both sides of the issue get involved in that process. Is that different than the states around me? Yes. I have some states have 5 or 6 different development authorities, whatever, that you need to talk to, and they all have their own individual approach on improving things. What I'm saying is this. If you're interested in taking a look at energy development because we need a supply, and yes, I'll tell you this, that's a whole other project we do, or you have serious concerns about how farm ground is going to be treated, no matter where you're at in this, you need to be at the table, you need to be advocating your position, you need to be part of this. Energy development is not a popularity contest. It's not won or decided by yard signs and petitions and people pressing people. If that was the case, we'd have a lot of folks in agriculture sitting in the cold and in the dark in the state of Ohio. The same thing is going to happen here. The only difference between you and me is this. I've been at this for a long time and I enjoy my job. This is the learning curve. And yes, I'm way out here. Many of you are here. My job is this, to bring you all out here with me. Because I'll tell you this, when it comes to these issues, it gets very lonely at times. Again, thank you very much. If you need anything else, I'll be down here at the corner because I'm signaling that I need to wrap up, and I will see you guys again soon. Thank you.